Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the History Research Methods Script Writing and Digital History Workshop, the first of its kind in the history of History Department Lautech. Let me quickly make it clear to you that this program is geared towards providing you as students with practical learning experiences. Practical, and I say, and I repeat that, practical learning experiences, that focus on how best you can harness some potentials in you, entrepreneurial potentials in you, to make life easy for you. Before now, the notion many of you have is that history is largely theoretical. But from what our facilitators will be doing today, what they will be doing is what I tag doing sessions. You are not going to be exposed to knowing sessions, but you are going to be exposed to doing sessions. So it's going to be highly interactive. So I welcome you once again. So let me quickly welcome to the platform the head of department, Professor Akim Oladiti, to give the welcome address and opening remarks. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay, thank you very much. It is with profound delight that I welcome you all to this workshop, the first of its kind in the Department of History, since the department was established in 2021. This program is organized as part of the requirement for the core curriculum minimum academic standard, which set the minimum benchmark for the award of Bachelor of BA degree in history. The workshop is anchored on the course History Research Methods, Script Writing and Digital History Workshop with course code History 302. This workshop has become possible through the support and collaboration of our distinguished colleagues in the department, our committed students, the technical crew, and most especially our esteemed guest speakers, who have graciously agreed to mentor our students on how to harness entrepreneurship in history to generate wealth, enhance well-being, and build sustainable capacity. The workshop is designed to strengthen a transdisciplinary approach to knowledge creation and expansion, drawing insight from cognitive disciplines such as information sciences, theater arts, fine and applied art, as well as from other broader spheres of entrepreneurship. As a strategic course, it is positioned to equip the historian with practical competencies required to convert historical knowledge into viable business ideas with tangible economic value. I am equally inspired that we are gathered here today to deepen our shared commitment to knowledge and development for the society, particularly in the increasingly dynamic world. This workshop is intentionally multidisciplinary. It seeks to reshape our understanding of how history can be leveraged for economic transformation, rather than waiting passively for a conventional white-collar job in today's evolving economy. We are most grateful to our speakers for setting aside time from their demanding schedules to engage with our students on this course. This partnership reflects a meaningful bridge between academic discipline and a strengthened pathway for research excellence, collaboration, and further expansion of knowledge across disciplinary boundaries. In addition, the interactions at this workshop will foster new opportunities for joint projects among students across departments, while also encouraging enduring academic partnerships. I therefore encourage you all, our students, to listen attentively, think innovatively, and approach this workshop with bold imagination, particularly in exploring how historical knowledge can be translated into filmmaking, documentary production, and other creative ventures that support entrepreneurial growth. On behalf of the department, I sincerely thank and appreciate our speakers, members of staff, and all our distinguished colleagues who have contributed in one way or another to make this workshop a success. Your dedication and enthusiasm are deeply valued. I wish you all a productive and fulfilling workshop. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Prof. I think Prof deserves a better round of applause for that incredible welcome address. We now hand over the mic to our father in the department, Professor Abdulwahab Tijani, to give the commendation remarks. Please put your hands together for him as he steps forward. Put your hands together for him.
Good morning to you all. Thank you very much. The head of department, Professor Akim Oladiti, the director, Institute of African Studies, Professor Kayode Joseph Onikwede, facilitator, Professor Teju, and Dr. Sesan, colleagues in the department, great historians, my good students. Once again, good morning to you. I'm so delighted this morning that we are growing in the Department of History. Yes. And this growth is credited to the family, that is the colleagues. Every member of that department are so enthusiastic to achieve, to develop this department and the cooperation of the students. So thank you very much. Now, history as a discipline, like every other discipline, is not static, it is dynamic. It grows with the department. In the pre-literate society, historians were very much relevant in keeping record that transformed the society for better at every aspect of society, the political system, the economic relationship, war and diplomacy, the culture. So as the department, as the society develops at each level of development of science and technology, historians are there to play their role in the assistance of organizing that society, reconstructing human history, to tell people the way, the big pathfinders, the way to achieve further progress. Today, we are in the age of information and computation technology. Historians cannot be, but have to be relevant too. That is the import of this workshop and that course that we have in CCMAS. The new generation of historians have to grow with the society, the level of development of science and technology. And that is why it's very, very important for you to master whatever is going to be presented here today. That's one aspect. Secondly, knowledge has gone beyond having certificate, first class, second class, upper. Knowledge requires what can you do, what services can you provide for society. So for entrepreneurial system that has taken over from certificate, historians also have to be relevant. How do you convert the knowledge of historical reconstruction to wealth as individuals, as groups, and so on and so forth? So that's why, for these two major reasons, you have to be very, very much attentive, and knowledge should not end in this workshop. We should continue that. So I wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that highly interesting commendation remark. our father just told us that history has a lot of potentials for wealth creation. How do you harness these potentials for wealth creation so that you transit from just targeting certificate to bringing your practical skills to something that would earn you a living? Thank you very much, our father, for that. We now move to the next item on the program, and that will be just a brief address by the coordinator and the chairman of the workshop. You know, this workshop has been successful to a very large extent because of the strategic leadership provided by the chairman of the workshop, and that is no other person than the director of Institute of African Studies, Professor Kayode Unipedi. Please put your hands together for him as he steps out.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first just let me appreciate Tijani being pioneer head of the department. He laid the foundation. New Aditi, thank you for organizing a program like this. You know that as part of the 60-month syllabus, 302, I think, we try to introduce students to something like this. Of course, it's new in history. New in the sense that it's talking about digital history. It's talking about entrepreneurship. How do we make money from learning? I came across a leaf from ASU for 3 or 4 years ago. Said there are so many historians abroad, so many professors abroad, that's the way we put it, that are in history discipline, that are not in any university. They are making money, a lot of money. And I remember when our accreditation, the prof from Lagos, what's the name? Professor from last week, Follow the also, yes. Also introduce some of us to his YouTube page. And I know Follow is making a lot of money from that YouTube page. If you ask yourself, somebody is asking you tomorrow, and you are studying in university, can't get anything from it. The person is just lying. There's so many things you can get from history. I thank the HOD for this very particular workshop. It's going to be an eye opener. It's going to be an eye opener for so many of us. As students, you can make money even from history. What we are doing here, some people gave us the gadgets. They can employ you to do one or two things for the other, for somewhere, somehow. Maybe for biography and so many things like that. We remember Professor Ladis's friend, Tahiti. Yes, did something on Fuji. In fact, Barista. Documentary on Barista. And it's gone to places. Anyhow, we thank God for the organizer, we thank God for the committee. They said I'm the chairman of the committee. They are the one that is doing it. They are the one that is doing it. I appreciate everybody. All my colleagues there, thank you for giving us this day. And I want to employ you, I want to beg you. Because I know some of us are not serious. You may not have time again. Go back to whatever you are going to, what you are going to hear today, this workshop. I expect you to come with your pen and paper and write everything. Don't your memory, you know what the problem of oral tradition. Write everything. In our days, we used to learn, maybe because when I was in secondary school, we learned shorthand. We learned, you can write everything, write it, you can record. It was because your phone was disturbing us. That was how we said, come and keep. Record everything and listen and listen and listen again. And as we continue, maybe in the business, I pray that God will help us. Next year will be better than this. But for today, please, let's try to repeat our tools. The discipline. Our students. Ready? Learn. Don't rely on your friend. I know you people like asking your friend, Kilo so, what is he saying? Do that today. Whatever you're going to can get, jot it down. Maybe after the class, after the lecture, you can then compare notes. Don't compare notes here. Thank you.
And gentlemen, I think we can do better for the director of the Institute of African Studies for that wonderful presentation. As our father was making his commendation remarks, one of the finest historians, one of the finest historians of the century stepped in. And that was no other person, and is still no other person than our own Dr. Yewale Clement. Please put our hands together for him. All right, we are approaching the real business of the workshop. We are approaching it gradually. I have the mandate of my head of department to introduce to you eminent professors and resource persons who will be facilitating what I call the doing sessions today. But I've told you that you are going to be exposed not to knowing sessions as you have it in the conventional classroom environment, but you will be having what I call the doing sessions, practical sessions. So these sessions will be facilitated by 7 resource persons, very powerful scholars of international reputes. I will start with the first person, and that is Professor A.S. Afolabi, Department of History and International Studies, University of Ilorin, Nigeria. Professor A.S. Afolabi will be represented by a doctoral student, Mr. Okwemi Akindansi. Please put your hands together as I call the names of the resource persons who will be facilitating today's sessions. Next to him, we have Professor Mrs. A. Bale. She is a professor of information systems in Lautech. Please put your hands together for her. Also, in our midst is Professor Mrs. Adedeji, another sterling professor of information systems, Lautech. In our midst, we have Professor Andy Ezeluba from Virginia Museum of Finance. Professor Andy is a curator of African arts. A curator of African arts, based in the United States of America. She will be joining us virtually. She will make our presentation online. Also in our midst is a professor of geoinformatics and surveying who also has an incredible mastery of creative arts. Creative arts. Please put your hands together for Professor Tajudi. Well, when he writes, when Professor Tajudi writes, I pick inspirations from his writings. He's a prolific writer. Put your hands together for him once again. Thank you for coming, Prof. Also in our midst is Dr. Chesson Asti of the Department of Theatre Arts, Osun State University. Osun, please put your hands together for him. And lastly, we have our own Dr. O.T. Ogunbode, Department of History, Lautech. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 7 resource persons that will do justice to various things that have been mapped out for you this afternoon. I would like to we have another very important scholar who will be of the sessions, and that is Dr. Idako Emmanuel Isaac, CTO, Ojira Soft Solution, Berlin, Germany. It will be joining us from Germany, I guess, and that will be, I'm sure he's going to make his presentation virtually. So we now go to the very first presentation, and that will be given by Professor A.S. Afolabi, who is represented by Mr. Okpeyemi Akintansi, a doctoral student in the Department of History, University of Ilorin. Dr. Okpeyemi Akintansi, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I'm with you.
You have 30 minutes to make your presentation. Within this duration, we expect to take feedback from the students. They may have 1 or 2 interventions, comments, or questions. You would have to attend to some of these things, some of these comments and questions. So you have the floor, Mr. Okpeyemi Akintansi.
Thank you. Distinguished Head of Department, Professor Hakim Oladiti, esteemed professors, respected lecturers, and the 300 level students of the Department of History and International Studies, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. I warmly greet you all. It is a great privilege and honor to stand before this distinguished audience today to share thoughts on the subject of both academic and practical importance. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to engage with scholars and future historians within this esteemed department. As students and practitioners, to stand before this, we are constantly reminded, as students and practitioners, we are constantly reminded that our discipline, that is the discipline of history, is built on evidence. And that evidence, of course, is also preserved in archives. That is, the archives is one of the sources of history, one of the places where we can get, especially primary sources for history. However, in an age, we live in an age when many of those records in the archives, that is the physical records we have in the archives, especially in Nigeria, are threatened by decay, loss, or limited accessibility, then it begs the question that how do we preserve the past for the, especially at the archives? And it is in response to this pertinent question that today's lecture, which is titled Digitization of Archives for Historical Reconstruction, becomes most timely and necessary. This lecture is going to explore how the transformation of archival materials into digital formats is not only preserving history, but also reshaping the way we assess, interpret, and reconstruct the past. So I want to thank everybody, and I want to invite you all to journey with me through this very important discussion. And before we proceed, it is important to anchor this discussion on the definition of history as given by Geoffrey Baraclough. And Geoffrey Baraclough defined history as the attempt to discover, on the basis of fragmentary evidence, the significant things about the past. And this definition anchors the historical engagement on evidence. That is what the historian tries to reconstruct, what the historian tries to know are those things about the past that have already happened, and perhaps the historian was privileged to be present as at the time when those things happened. But the historian tries to discover those things based on the evidence, the fragmentary evidence that is left behind concerning those significant things about the past. And the archives is one of the primary, because
Sorry,
based on
Mr.
this,
Pede, sorry for interrupting you, please. Yeah. Please, can you please project your image? Can we see you on the screen?
Okay.
We want our participants to see you. Can you please activate the picture mode on your gadget?
Okay. Yes, I think I've done that. Already.
We can't see you here on our projector.
Okay. Please let me.
Thank you. Doing that. Mr. Akinda, are you still with us?
Yeah. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Unfortunately, we cannot see you.
Yes, I think I may have to switch my device. I've actually activated the video, and I think maybe the device I'm using has issues. So I'm going to switch to. So I'm going to switch.
If you are experiencing technical issues from your hand, please kindly continue. Just go ahead.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Actually done it, but I was thinking maybe I would switch to the phone so that maybe the phone would. But maybe I will just continue with this. So I apologize for the issue concerning the image. So I was saying that the definition of history by Geoffrey Baraclough emphasized the fact that the primary tool by which the historian does is evidence. And of course, we have this evidence of facts or sources in categories. We have the primary and secondary source of history. And the archives is one of the major sources, especially the primary source of history. So the archives is very, very important to the historical
Hello, Mr. Akedausi, are you with us? Are you Hello, Mr. Akedausi, are you with us? It appears there are technical glitches from your hand. Okay. If we cannot resolve the technical glitches now, then we may have to move on to the next presenter. Professor Mrs. A. Bale, are you with us, ma? Madam?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Prof, are you with us?
Yes,
okay.
I'm with you.
Please kindly take off.
All right. Thank you very
You have the
much.
floor.
Thank you. I'd like to share my screen. Can I go ahead? Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead. You have our permission to go ahead, Prof, please.
All right. Thank you. This is on presentation. Sorry. Okay. Please, can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, Prof. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to be mindful of the time because I'll be branching a bit from the presentation. Yeah, so my topic is, sorry, good afternoon once again. I'd like to acknowledge the professors in the house, Professor Tijani, HOD, Professor Ladite, Professor Nipede, and all other professorial historians in the house, the students, everyone. Good afternoon. And I'd like to appreciate the Department of History for giving me this opportunity to do this presentation. My name is Professor Adebisi Abimbola Bale from Information Systems. And then the topic given to me is text analysis and digital editing. And I gave it a subtitle from manuscripts to machine analysis. Yeah, so introduction. But please, before I go into my introduction, I saw that the first speaker actually defined history. You know, the definition of history was tailored towards his presentation. And so I'm going to give a different, it's the same, but slightly worded differently definition that would also be in line with this presentation. Yeah, so for my write-up here, I have that history is a systematic study and chronological record of past events, which helps to explain the present and anticipate the future. So actually, history is not just the past, but also the interpretation of it. Yeah, so this presentation is relevant, to this definition of history. Now, so my introduction, what is text analysis? And then I'll be talking about text analysis and digital editing. Both of these are actually skills, and they are very essential in modern historical research. Of course, they enable historians to examine large volumes of text, uncover patterns, and preserve historical documents in accessible digital formats. So this presentation is going to be about, showing us how text can be analyzed, and then past, past records, how they can be digitalized. Now, when they are digitalized, of course, there are certain advantages to those records, past records. Of course, some of them would have been so old that they are probably tearing up, or fading away and things like that, and in different archives. So we're going to be talking about the digital editing, and then how we can analyze this text to actually gain insight into them. We have documents like as far back as 17th centuries and all those archived documents. Now, combining these documents together, transforming them into digital formats, you will see that in information system, we deal with a part of information system is pattern recognition, and all that. Actually uncovering previously unknown knowledge or information about a thing or about these records. Yeah, so the key questions I have here. The first one is, how do historians interpret text? Now, before, of course, we can do this editing and analysis, we need to understand how historians actually do these things. And of course, you would have heard that normally we say that computers are garbage in, garbage out. So what that means is that whatever instructions you give to the computer is what is going to carry out and give you. So if, for example, we're going to be making use of algorithms to solve some problems and all that, now the solution of that problem is going to be the extent of the correctness of that algorithm. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand how historians interpret text, so that the computer can also, can be able to mimic this and then give us the right solutions. Now, the second question is, what changes when text become digital? Of course, they've been in one form of existence or the other. And so we're interested in also knowing what changes, what is going to be the difference, whether advantages or disadvantages of actually converting this text to digital form. And then the next question is, what are the digital tools, why are digital tools important in historical studies? We want to know them. And then, of course, briefly, I'll be talking about, because I heard Professor Onikwede mentioning about the entrepreneurial aspect of history. Yeah, so we're going to also be looking at how an historian can also be an entrepreneur out of this. Now, next slide. It said, so how do historians interpret text? First, they examine the context. They have documents. And then the first thing they do, that's manually. They examine the context of whatever text they're given, the when, the where, and then the why the text was produced. Now, when they know all this history, it's just like, okay, for me now, as a, that's an example that's peculiar to me as a Christian. For some Christians, the Bible, I take the Bible as a book. Of course, some historians might just look at the Bible as, a book of history because of the several books there. Of course, there are past events, records of past events. So for somebody just picking up the Bible, you just speak a chapter, maybe in the middle, just speak a chapter in the middle of a book or in the middle of the Old Testament or New Testament. A lot of times you may not understand that chapter if you have not read previous chapters, to know the when, the where, and the why the text was produced. Now, the next one is identifying the author's perspectives or bias. They also want to know where the author, the perspective of the bias of the author. Where is it coming from? What angle is he looking at that particular event? And how does the angle, of course, affect his record of the particular event. And of course, they are also interested in analyzing language, the tone, and the meaning of the text, the various texts, so that it gives them enough, more insight into what the author or whoever at that particular time or event are trying to say. Then comparing multiple sources to build reliable conclusions. Like, for example, permit me, please, if I'm going to be using the Bible sometimes. For example, in the New Testament, we have some books in the Bible that actually resemble that the events, they are like records of similar events. But by the time you read, if you have not read them well to truly understand, you may be tempted to say that maybe, even though it's the same event they are reporting, maybe, or you can even say that it's not the same event because of maybe the way each of those writers must have put the books. Yeah, so this process is often called source criticism. Now, text analysis. What is text analysis? It actually refers to the process of examining written material to extract meaning, patterns, and insights from them. Now, these written materials, of course, they are, like we said, they are old. Well, they may be old, past, like I said, past events. And then they want to pick these materials and actually extract meaning, patterns, and insight from them. Now, they can do this in two ways. The first one, of course, is a traditional text analysis. And then the second one is a digital text analysis. Of course, in the traditional text analysis, we have what we call close reading. Now, this close reading is actually the in-depth, meticulous examination of a single text or a small excerpt, focusing on specific words, arguments, and rhetorical devices. Now, that's the definition. Now, for close reading, you will see that from that definition, of course, the purpose is to understand the nuanced meaning, context, and artistic or rhetorical construction of that particular document. Now, of course, this close reading, you will see that humanly possible, it is not expedient, or it's not even possible humanly to gather so many documents, to sit down, to read all those, assuming we have like 1,000 or even as many as 2,000 documents. You start reading them one by one. They are related. And then you want to, you see, it's not exactly possible to actually do justice to all those texts if you're going to be using close reading. Contextual interpretation is also, part of it, because they are reading it. We are humans. We're also looking at the context of the text or the event that is being recorded. And of course, we can also, using the traditional text analysis, there is also room for comparison. Like the books I was talking about, of course, you can read those books. There are about 4 of them in the New Testament. You read them and then you compare sources. Okay, this person, when he was writing this, where was he? What was the event and all that. Now, the digital text analysis, of course, that because it is digital and it makes use of computational tools, handles large data set. That's, what we call big data. And of course, because it's digital, it has the ability to handle a very large data set. It can also identify trends, from this data set, because of course, it's going to be a machine that is doing this. Now, example of historical trend are: 1, transition from handwritten manuscripts to printing press and later to computers and the internet. Of course, the trend is increasing speed of innovation over the centuries. Now, these are trends that, of course, can be discovered from this, first, the early, maybe 17th century writers, or historians actually had handwritten transcripts, manuscripts. And then later, of course, printing technology came into being, and then, we had printing materials. And then later, from these printing materials, it graduated, of course, like the, before it was handwritten, when they want to send messages or they want to do, they want to disseminate news or information, They just write, they post papers, like posters around the places. Later, of course, they started printing, and then we had our newspapers and all that. And then later we have the computers. You see, these days you can see most newspapers that now, disseminate whatever information they have through electronic means, that's through the computers and internet. Now, of course, another one is also another historical trend is gradual shift towards gender equality. Example is women gaining voting rights and voices, in many countries in the 20th century. Before then, it wasn't like that. Of course, in those archaic ages, women were not allowed, their voices were not heard. And later, gradually they became, they had voices, they had voting rights and so on. And so the trend for this, the historical trend is increased participation of women in education, politics, and workforce. Now, what changes when text become digital? Of course, they become easier to access. You can imagine handwritten text or even printed materials or text somewhere in some places in some archive. Of course, you see in those days, you see historians traveling from one country to another just to go and have access to certain texts, to certain materials and all that. But now, with the advent of all these texts being converted to digital form, they are mostly available online from anywhere, anytime, any day. And then, we have easier access to them. They can also be searched instantly using keywords, of course, on the internet. It's not that maybe, okay, assuming a country now, maybe it's historical archives, they have digitalized them and they are in a place, maybe in a library. Of course, it's not until you have a kind of, a funny kind of access to those libraries before you can access that. So by just merely searching for keywords, maybe a history of somebody in Canada, in this and that, the internet just brings those things. So you can search those things instantly. And then you have large collections can be analyzed using computational methods. Of course, so many documents, because they have been digitalized now, and because we're going to be using appropriate algorithms or even artificial intelligence, it is now possible to analyze so many, that otherwise could have been humanly
Hello, Prof. Are you with us? Prof. Ma? It appears Prof is experiencing some technical issues at our hand.
And quantitative. Hello, can I continue?
Oh, please continue.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
You're
So
welcome back.
thank you. Yeah, so a large, of course, this examines a large collection of text. That's, what we call corpus. Large, so many text, so many materials, related to a theme, a topic, or a specific thing. Now, to identify patterns, trends, relationships, using counts, frequencies, and other statistical measures. I think I have 30 minutes, but let me quickly share examples. I have them already opened here. I hope I will not take up to 30. Can you see my screen where I'm showing qualitative, quantitative, and corpus analysis? Can you see the text?
Yes.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so the example of the qualitative. Now let's look at that source text. A letter written in 1895 by a British colonial officer in West Africa. Now, the text reads thus: the natives appear resistant to our administrative structures, preferring their traditional systems of governance. Their reluctance slows progress and complicates our mission of civilization. Of course, this was a statement made by one of those British colonial officers. Now, let's look at the qualitative text analysis. Step one, close reading. Of course, the historian reads the text through and then tries to bring some kind of textual interpretation from it. So now the first one says, what's like resistance and reluctance suggests opposition naturally. Now the phrase our mission of civilization reflects a kind of colonial mindset of superiority, because what makes them think that their own civilization, their mission of civilization is superior to what Africans already had. Now, the term natives indicates a distancing or hierarchical perspective. Natives, what do they mean by natives? Equality, for all, for everyone. But by the time they refer to the African populace as natives, they are saying, it also reflects a kind of distancing, that they are not part of the natives, but they are separate. Now, the coding, you have historians, can go ahead to actually assign codes to text segments as shown here. Because of my time, I'll just be skipping, but you can just be reading too. Now, so the step 3, we have thematic analysis. Codes are now grouped into broader themes. It's codes, the indigenous resistance and all that. Now, look at the grouping here. One says colonial superiority narrative. Of course, it's just a 3-line thing. But then from the 3 lines, the historian is able to come up with, that narrative, that the text is all about the colonial superiority narrative. 2, indigenous resistance and agency. And then 3, conflict of governance system. Of course, we also have the contextual interpretation, where the historian connects the things to historical context. Please, I'll just be skipping, like I said. Now, the interpretation is this. The historian develops an argument thus, that this text illustrates how colonial administrators framed African resistance or backwardness, reinforcing imperial authority, while obscuring the legitimacy of indigenous political system. Of course, before they came, we had our own indigenous political system, of course, which were not inferior to whatever the figure they were bringing. Now, why is this qualitative analysis necessary? It focuses on meaning, the language interpretation, and not just the numbers. It explores biases, bias, perspective, and context, and uses themes and narratives rather than the statistics. Of course, next is the quantitative text analysis. Now, this one makes use of the statistics, but it's also equally important. Now, the step 1 is define. You want to define your measurable variables. Now, which could include frequency of specific words, how frequent were those words used. Now, which could translate to a kind of emphasis on those words. Now, number of positive versus negative. We also want to look at the sentiment of that particular document. Pronoun usage, we, our. Of course, this can also translate to a kind of personal, thing, and the length of sentences, vocabulary, distances. Of course, from that text up there, same text now, we have this concept of words and their frequency, the same. Now, sentiment, that's step 3, sentiment quantification, negative descriptors for, positive 2. Of course, the interpretation is that the text contains more negative than the positive, suggesting a statistically negative portrayal of the subject group. Now, we also have pronoun analysis, aggregate insight, and then let's take a look at the final quantitative interpretation. It said the text quantitatively demonstrates a negative bias with 2/3 of descriptive terms portraying the indigenous population unfavorably. Repeated pronoun usage reinforces a structural division between colonial authorities and the local populations. Then why use this quantitative analysis? 1, it uses counts, ratios, and percentages. It identifies patterns through measurable data, and of course can be scaled to hundreds of documents using software, such as this is also, from computing. Now, we have lastly the corpus analysis. Of course, we have said that this corpus is not just a single document. It's a collection of multiple historical texts which could come from different sources. It could be letters, it could be administrative reports, it could be missionary writings, and so on and so forth. Now, so the first step, of course, is you build your corpus, bring all those things together, all those texts and materials together. The second thing is you pre-process them. Now, because this has to do more, it has to do more of computing. Of course, these are computing things. And then I'm going to be releasing this. Please, for students, you can later go through this. But now, there is a document there, I just used an example. And then look at the finance corpus-based conclusion. It says across 500 colonial documents, quantitative corpus analysis reveals consistent patterns, frequent use of terms like this. And, these are, of course, this is a kind of conclusion that could come out of this. Yeah, so back to the PowerPoint. Tools for digital text analysis. Of course, we have a number of tools, information system tools, digital tools for text analysis. The most common one is the Voyant tools. It's a web-based text analysis tool. We have the AntConc, we have the NVivo, we have Python. Of course, Python is for advanced analysis using libraries such as the Natural Language Toolkit. Now, an example, quickly, hey, I hope I've not used my time so much. Now, quickly, for the Voyant, I think the Voyant, I have an example here.
Prof, please, you have just
yes.
4 more minutes.
Try
4
more minutes. Oh no. Okay, yeah. Let me just quickly. Yeah, so you have these tools, and then Voyant tools, it's a free open source application that combines many basic tools for text. Now, please, I will drop this PowerPoint. You see these links, these URLs, these students, in your leisure, you can go through them. And then, of course, you can read or even check YouTube videos to know how to navigate your way about these tools. Digital editing involves preparing historical text for digital publication while preserving their authenticity. Now, the key features of digital editing are transcription of original text, annotation, commentary, and encoding. Now, for types of transcription, of course, you have diplomatic, where you preserve the original or the exact words or spelling punctuation of the document. You have normalized one, of course, where you modernize spellings and then correct them. And then you have the Semitic example is assuming we have this original text, phrase in the document. The diplomatic, of course, is going to be keeping the exact original after transcribing. But the normalized one, of course, you're going to try to correct the English and all that. These are also tools that are available to use. Especially the most common one is the optical character recognition tools, where printed text, of course, you just upload your text and then you to convert them to words there. So you also have annotation and commentary. Annotation involves adding explanatory notes to a text to clarify meaning, context, interpretation. Of course, you have these different types. And an example here says, okay, assuming there is a text that says it traveled to Calabar in 1875. Of course, anybody from all over the world can be reading this text and it's placed online there. You want to add some explanations. Okay, where is Calabar? What is Calabar? And then annotation or even commentary. You want to tell us about, specific things about things, in that text. Of course, Calabar, there's an explanation there. Okay. Yeah, so we also have encoding. Now, this is the process of structuring text and using markup languages. Of course, it's about computing. And so we have, this makes use of usually XML to make it machine readable and analyzable. Now, the essence of this is that you convert your text, normalized text into machine readable. The machine, like I said, computers is garbage in, garbage out. And so it's what you feed in that feeds out. So by the time you configure your text this way, the machine is able to read, what you are trying to pass across and analyze appropriately. Yeah, those are examples, example with annotation. Please, later you can go to that. Now, you see these 3 things. How do they work? Transcription, annotation, and encoding. Transcription creates the digital text, just like I explained. Annotation enriches it with meaning, and then encoding structures it for analysis and sharing. So together, they are able to transform raw historical documents to scholarly digital resources. Of course, there are various applications in history where you have digitalization of colonial records, enabling access to researchers worldwide, the case 2, and then you have the case study 3. Now, benefits of digital text analysis and editing. Of course, we have said you are converting those old archived materials, whether in handwritten, whether in a printed form or whatever. You're actually converting them to formats that are readable, that are editable, that can also be analyzed electronically. So we have increased accessibility, because by the time you do this, you place it all, online, and then everybody is able to preserve. And then you're also preserving the fragile documents. Of course, the ones that are already going into extinct. Once they are digitalized, of course, it stays there forever as long as possible. Faster research processes, and then you have new research insights through data analysis. Challenges, of course, I wanted to actually show you, an example using the optical character recognition. Now, you will see that by the time there are some challenges, when you are actually transcribing this, whether handwritten or printed, into the digital form, you will see that sometimes by the time you try this, you will see that the text that you transcribe will not give exactly what was in the original text. Some errors will occur, and that's where the expertise of the historians come in. You now sit down with the digitalized document, and then you begin to correct something. So some errors are bound to come. It's part of the challenge. We also have technical skill requirements. Of course, you have to learn these things. It's not just enough say, okay, I'm a historian, I can go online and do that. No, that's also a challenge. You also have the digital divide, which is limited access to the tools. And of course, you see that the effective tools, they don't come cheap. They are not free. The free ones are just ones that that you can use for examples for practice. But when it comes to the actual thing, you have to actually pay or subscribe to these tools. And then you have some ethical concerns, representation and bias. Of course, depending on the historian that is handling these documents, these digitalized documents, his bias may be different from that of another person. So it brings in ethical concerns when it comes to this. Of course, we're talking about entrepreneurship. There are so many ways that historians can make money out of this. Yes, please give me 2 more minutes. Please give me 2 more minutes, please. Yes.
No problem.
An example is the digital humanities, an interdisciplinary field at the intersection of competing and traditional humanities, utilizing digital tools for research, teaching, and curation. Now, it applies technologies like AI, like data mining, geospatial mapping to analyze cultural artifacts, literature, history, and all that. Now, so you see that there are a lot of all these documents, texts, in the archive and all that. You can actually have a career in this, which is a paid thing. You can delve into it as a historian. You can be a digital, delve into digital humanities and all that. And then, you can turn this into money. Like the first speaker said, many historians are making, no, I think it was Professor Nikwede, making money, outside the country. That's what they do. By the time you employ these tools and you come up with all these things, of course, you are paid tremendously. Now, in conclusion, text analysis and digital editing are transforming how historians work. By combining traditional skills with digital tools, historians can gain deeper insights and make historical knowledge more accessible to other people. Yeah, so finally, my questions. I have these questions to leave you with. 1, how does digital technology change historical interpretation? You should be able to answer that question. And the second one is, can machines fully understand historical text? How? Of course, we are going to have different views, and the different views is going to bring about the beauty of the answer to this particular question. Now, the last one is, what are the risks of relying on digital tools? Of course, there are numerous advantages, numerous gains from applying these digital tools. But of course, along with those are also risks of totally relying on the digital tools. You should also be able to answer this. Thank you very much for your attention, everyone.
Thank you very much for that lucid, highly insightful and engaging presentation. Thank you so much, Prof. It is now time to take questions from our students. We already have some questions here, but for those in this room, if you have questions, please kindly indicate by raising your hands. This is supposed to be an interactive and highly engaging session or procedure. Therefore, we expect that as students, you make some interventions. Can we have your intervention student questions? None from this hall. Okay, Prof, we have some questions for you from the other hall. We have some halls that are attached to this very hall. So we got 3 questions from students from those halls.
Yeah.
May I go ahead and read the questions out, Prof?
Please, one at a time.
All right. The first question goes thus. How accurate is artificial intelligence to analyze digital historical text? I take that again. How accurate is artificial intelligence in analyzing digital historical text? Did you get that, Prof? Hello, Prof. Are you with us?
Okay, can I just quickly?
Okay, did you get that question?
Hello, I
Can you respond to that
anymore.
before I go to the next one?
Yes, can I quickly answer that, please?
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm with you. Can I quickly answer that?
Yeah. Please go ahead, Prof.
All right, please. Yeah, the question is how accurate is AI to analyze digital historical text? Now, I mentioned earlier that, of course, these computers, these systems are garbage in, garbage out. Now, what I mean by that is whatever you feed or train that system with, that, the level of accuracy of your training is what is going to bring out the level of accuracy of the solution. Now, take, for example, ChatGPT. If you are using ChatGPT for one thing or the other, at the end of the day, they will tell you that you should cross-check. That is not the ultimate. So now, the extent of the accuracy will depend on the text or the accuracy of what you have trained that system with for recognition by the artificial intelligence system. So if you have a system, and that's part of the thing that I was saying, that some of these tools, you have some, they are free. You have some, you pay heavily for them. Now, you see those ones that are free, you can't really compare them with the ones you pay heavily for. The ones you pay heavily for, of course, there's going to be a higher level of accuracy because you're actually paying for that service. On which of those tools?
Can't hear you again.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Okay, you are back now. You are back. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that there are some tools, they are free. There are some, they are subscribed. You pay for them. Now, you can't expect the ones you are paying for to not be more accurate than the free ones. So what I'm trying to say is that it depends on the tool you are using. Some of them can be less accurate, while the others, can be more accurate than the lesser one. Question 2, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that response. Yes, the second question is this. Is it safe to say that artificial intelligence cannot answer historical questions accurately, even when paid for? Do you get that, Prof, or should I take that again?
Please take the last part again. Even when what?
Even when paid for.
Okay, even when paid for. Beautiful. Yeah, so that's why in the historical text translation, editing, and analysis and all that, most times with artificial intelligence, you cannot, in some of the systems, you cannot overrule the importance of humans in all these systems. Now, by the time you see the ones that I explained earlier, by the time it transcribes that maybe handwritten or printed material to digital form, now the historian will sit down, look at it, make corrections. Now, without the historians, of course, you see the part of the historians or the importance of the historians cannot be ruled out. So that's where the argument of AI cannot replace anybody. How effective are you in your field? How relevant are you in your field? So your expertise comes in as historians now to make corrections. Of course, the We talked about the context, the where, the when, and all those other things. The system, the AI, might not be able to do this 100% effectively, but by the time the efforts of the historian and the AI tools are combined together, you have a super solution or system there. Thank you. The last question.
Thank you, Prof. Interestingly, we've gotten more questions, so this may not be the last one. We will still take more questions. All right, thank you, Prof. This is a very lengthy one, but I'll try to paraphrase it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, don't you think when historical texts are digitized, they can easily be manipulated online too?
Okay.
Prof, did you get that, or should I take that?
Yes, I did. Now, of course, we have what we call trade. Is it trademark? Is it called trademark? When you have a sole authority over your property. I think it's copyright and property protection. Now, you see all these things. You have people. They are your intellectual properties. You transcribe something, maybe a historical that you have access to and all that. You can actually obtain copyright on them. And of course, anybody that tampers with whatever you have that you have a copyright on can be sued. Of course, you can't overrule that. People will pick things online, doctor them, do even pictures and videos. They actually doctor them and repost them. But you see, a solution to this is having a kind of digital copyright on them, on those records, such that whoever tries or attempts to do anything funny on them can be sued. And so this can be, can actually deter those bad elements that are trying to do one thing or the other on those documents. Thank you. And of course, from that, you can also make money. Yes, you can also make money as a historian on that.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
This other question appears like an addendum to the one you just responded to.
Okay.
And that is, how do we differentiate a real digitized historical text from lies, since there are so many sources to find out online?
Thank you very much. I think that is related to all these YouTube videos that we see online. You will make sure to get your materials from trusted sites. For me, let me give an example on YouTube now. Do you know if I want to watch a film? I know sites where I can go to watch films. I know sites that when I go there, the title of the film will be different. And then eventually when you open, you want to access the video, it's something else they're going to give you. So please, you're going to be mindful of the sites that there are authentic historical sites, that you can get all these things from. Thank you.
Prof, we appreciate your being with us. Students, please, can you jam your hands together in a resounding manner to appreciate Prof for those. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
We now go to the second presentation, which will be offered by Professor Teju Ige. Students, please kindly welcome Professor Teju Ige to the platform by putting your hands together for him in a resounding manner. Prof, please kindly step forward. Or are you comfortable staying there? It will be. Okay, please step forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm privileged to be in your midst. And I will not leave this present without acknowledging our father. He taught us when we attended Professor Tijani, the father of us all. Very happy to be in your midst. It's a privilege to address the Department of History on a topic that is both modern and transformative. Historical GIS and spatial analysis. History is often seen as the study of time, event, date, personality, wars, migration, and civilization. However, history is not only about where things happen, but also where they happen. And this, I would say, a people who know that history are wise, and a people who can map that history are wiser. Every historical event to go in space as well as in time. That is GIS. That is where geography information system, GIS, and spatial analysis become important. The acronym for geography information system, in some other they may call it geospatial information system. When you hear GIS, it's geographic information system. Spatial analysis become important. They help historians visualize, analyze, and interpret historical events through maps, location data, and spatial relationships. Today, I will explain what historical GIS means, what spatial analysis is, and why every history student should appreciate these tools in the modern age. Meaning of historical GIS. Historical GIS is the application of GIS technology to historical studies. It combines history, record with maps and spatial data to study past societies, movement, and change over time. This can be simply put as historical GIS is history plus geography plus computer mapping technology. It allows us to digitally reconstruct the past. Example include mapping ancient trade routes, tracking colonial boundary over time, studying migration patterns, locating battlefield and war movements, mapping the spread of religion or disease, reconstructing old cities and settlements. Now, what's GIS? GIS, Geographic Information System or Geospatial Information System, is a computer-based system used for capturing, storing, managing, analyzing, and displaying geographically referenced data. When we are talking of geographically referenced data, I will give you an example now. You know, the engine in a car has a positional value, but it's not reference to the Earth's surface. The same thing in design, the atom. The electron and atom has positional value, but is not reference to the Earth's surface. But when you have an object that you can take the coordinate X and Y and Z, when you take X and Y, the coordinate and then Z, the height of it. For example, this building, you can refer this building, it has a positional value. Anywhere in the world, you can reference to it. Here answer questions such as where did it happen? Why there? What changed over time? What pattern exists? What may happen next? GIS transforming data into useful maps and insights. Now, what is spatial analysis? Spatial analysis refers to techniques or methods used to examine location, distances, pattern, relationship, and movement in space. It helps us to understand distribution of settlements, distance between communities, influence of rivers and roads, clustering of population movement, territorial expansion and decline. In history, spatial analysis helps explain why events happen in certain places. Now, let us see why history needs GIS and spatial analysis. As a student of history, Why do you need GIS and spatial analysis? You see, happen in places. No war, migration, empire, or civilization occur in the vacuum. Every event took place in a geographic setting. Therefore, if you want to reference your history, you need GIS. Example. Why did great civilization emerge near rivers? Why were certain towns major trade centers? Why were some kingdoms easier to conquer than others? Dear self answer, not this. Visualization of historical events. History, instead of merely reading text, GIS enables students to see history on maps. You can what? You can see clearly. You don't need to go, you don't need more of words. You just see the map and then you understand better the pattern of situation. For example, expansion of the Oyo Empire. You can see how it grow. How it grow with time. Therefore, when you see the map, you understand better. Side the growth pattern, how it flows, and so on. Slave trade routes across West Africa, colonial partition of Africa, spread of Islam and Christianity. Maps make history clearer and memorable. Better research and evidence-based interpretation. Historical narrative can be strengthened through map evidence. A historian can compare old maps, census records, archival documents, satellite imagery, land use changes. This creates stronger academic research. When you are talking of satellite imagery, these are the what? These are the pictorial representation of Earth's surface by what? By satellites. Detecting hidden patterns. Sometimes patterns are invisible, but clear on maps. Some things are invisible, but when you get to map, you'll be able to picture it, and then in your in your mind, you'll be able to conceptualize it clearly. Example: if conflict repeatedly occur near borders, river, or resources, GIS will feel this. Importance of GIS to history students. Modern research skill. In this modern days, you need the skill of what? Of GIS. GIS gives history students a valuable digital skill used for academic research, postgraduate studies, heritage management, urban studies, museum documentation, archaeology, government planning, employability, and advantage. If you are skillful and you are a GIS expert as a history student, you can make a lot of money. And it is very easy to understand. You know how to press your phone, you'll be there for the same thing. It's very easy to understand. Possible feeding food, possible area where we can apply it include what? Cartography, urban planning, research institute, non-governmental organization, population study, security, intelligence, environmental management, better project writing. All these information, all these places in discipline. We need what? We need students of what? Of history. And nothing has more retarded an advancement of knowledge than the disposition of a vulgar man to ridicule what they cannot comprehend. And for somebody to believe to a historian, it means that person is a vulgar man. Students can use GIS in a final year project. Historical growth of Ogbomoso can use it for that. Migration issue of Yoruba towns, colonial road network in Oyo province, special pattern of traditional market, religion spread in southwestern Nigeria, preservation of heritage, history, monument, palaces, shrine, and roads, and cultural landscape can be mapped and preserved digitally. Example relevant to Nigeria is GIS can help study old Oyo empire boundary, trans-Saharan trade connection, Nigerian civil war battle zones, colonial railway development, growth of Ibadan as a military settlement, urban expansion of Lagos, traditional kingdom in Yoruba land. Now, let's see simple tools used in historical GIS. Simple tools used. Now, we are going to an end of our something. Now, my advice will go to students of history. Dear students, history is no longer limited to notebook and archives alone. The modern historian must combine critical thinking, archival research, digital mapping, data interpretation, technological skills. Those who learn GIS today will lead historical research tomorrow. In conclusion, history tells us what happened and when it happened. GIS and spatial analysis help us to know where it happened, why there, and what pattern emerged. Therefore, historical GIS is a bridge between the past and the future. It transforms history from static narration into dynamic spatial understanding. As student of history, if you embrace GIS, you not only study the past, you will map it, analyze it, preserve it, and present it to the world in a more powerful way. And last, I will say the quotation again. A people who know that history are wise. A people who can map that history are wiser. Thank you.
Bluetooth mode.
I'm sure Prof deserves a better round of applause for that beautiful and dynamic presentation on historical GIS and spatial mapping. So it is now time to take questions from students. If you have questions in this room, please kindly indicate by raising your hands so we can take them very quickly. Questions, please. You can write them out or comments. It may not be a question. It could be a comment or just an intervention. Student, this workshop is designed for you, so you have to be part of it. You are not being part of it. Please participate constructively, students. Or should I start calling names? You cannot say that you do not have any question. You don't have any question at all. How possible is that? No one with any questions. Okay, no problem. Well, probably they are still thinking about it. They may write out their questions later. We may have to call on you. Now we go to the third presentation, and that will be given by Professor N.D. Ezelumba. Professor N.D. Ezelumba, please, are you with us?
I am here. Good morning, everybody.
Are you with us, please?
Can you hear me?
Can we hear you?
I am speaking. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, we can see you on our projector, but your voice is not loud enough for our students to get.
Okay, is it better now?
Is there any way you can maximize the volume from your hand?
I have done that. I don't know what I need to do more. I have done the volume. I don't know why you cannot hear me.
Hello, Prof.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hardly hear you.
Huh.
You need to increase the volume a little bit.
Yeah, I have increased the volume of my computer the much I can. I don't know what else to do.
Okay, let's try a technical solution from our hand to see if we can actually do that.
Okay, I'm using a MacBook, so I don't know if that is why it's causing a problem. Can you hear now?
Bluetooth mode.
Let me try the, what's it called? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Prof. Enzi, are you with us?
Yes, I am
Please
here.
kindly
Do you
hold
guys
on
hear me?
while we fix the technical glitches from our hand so that our students can hear you audibly.
Okay, I'm waiting. I'm not going anywhere.
Prof, are you still with us?
I am here.
Okay, so please kindly hold on. We are trying to fix the issues from our hand.
All right, I am waiting. I'm going nowhere.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Please, can you try it now?
Yeah, I'm still talking. Are you hearing me? Do you hear me?
The volume is still not good enough here.
I can
We
try
want
another
our
computer.
students to really take the best part of your presentation.
I can try another computer. Let's see if that will work.
I think I can hear from here.
So somebody can hear me. Who hears me? Can you get it connected to the right source?
Too, sir. I think the problem must have been there. Yes, the problem must have been.
Are they hear me?
Prof. Andy, you are with us. We can hear you audibly now. Thank you.
Okay, I am hearing double sound. Maybe your system is playing up. Okay. Am I still here? Yes, somebody need to mute their thing. I'm hearing noises here. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I observe all the protocols in the particular order they are supposed to go. My name is Andy Ezeluomba. I'm a professor of African art history but I currently work as the head curator of African art at the Virginia Museum of Fine Art in Richmond, in the state of Virginia, in the United States. I always like to be humorous when I talk to people. And I'm going to start my humor by, declaring or, making it known to you all that me and Oladiti, we used to be classmates early in the 2000s when we were at the Institute of African Studies of the University of Ibadan. And from that point on, we have stayed friends until today.
Wow. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Why Oladiti, sat very deep and, hung his fangs in the arena of, history, social history. I was more fascinated in looking at objects, art objects, cultural art objects, and how they form a significant part of the cultures of Africa. That was how I went ahead and got a doctorate degree in art history. And probably Oladiti, who is your head right now, he went ahead and got his own degree too in social history. So our disciplinary engagement has been similar, or what they call synonymous, because whatever Oladiti does in his work, there is always intersection with what I do in my work. We have also tinkered about a lot of ideas up until this minute. Oladiti will attest to the fact that I am an unconventional scholar. Being unconventional means that I do not laboriously follow dogma. Rather, I create vistas for students and make the engagement very interactive. I have noticed that a lot of students kind of feel sleepy when the presentation is finished because, to be honest, even me listening to those presentations, they are heavily theoretical. And it still dog them back to what the classroom has constantly provided for many students. A lot of my students also get worried when I do that in classrooms here. So what I then began to do is, rather than go back and begin to talk about Walter Benjamin or talking about Baudelaire, talk about Lacan and all those big names. What I do is that I remove those names from the equation and talk about practical problem, how practical problems have been solved. So today I'm going to pick one or two of those practical problems and talk about them and show how those problems were mitigated, because that is what you need to take as idea into your consciousness and then use those as tools to modify whatever you want to modify as you go to face the world. In the summer of 2016, I was called to advise the curator of African art at the Hand Museum of the University of Florida in Gainesville on how to create an interactive exhibition. I believe many of you know what exhibition is. For those who does not know what exhibition is, you have to pay a visit to a museum. I'm sure some will be close by you, or some will be somewhere within Lagos, Ibadan, and some other Western state where your school is perimetered around. So when I got into that team to consult for them on that interactive exhibition of African art, a section of the exhibition has a lot to do with masquerade performance. And that was the part of the exhibition space that was referred to as the immersive room. So being immersive room, we tinkered a lot about how to make that really very engaging, or what you call interactive. So my team and myself, we thought about doing a projection from one side of the wall. So you know how you do a projector and you project a movie on the wall. Then instead of it landing on just a wall and then making it look as if it's static on that wall, we then put a mirror on the other side of the wall to mirror that motion on the other wall. And what we created was almost like a 360-degree room of masquerade performing video, where if you come into that museum and you find yourself in that space, it looks as if you are part of that masquerade performance. So for instance, take for instance this very wonderful Lagos Lagos carnivalesque type masquerade called Eyo. You know how when the performance or when the carnival is going, you see people around, you see yourself even being part of it. So in creating an interactive type exhibition, we were able to capture that moment in this motion video, and transposed it on the two walls, creating a hologram type effect, whereby you inside that exhibition is part of what is happening. That is an example of how interactive an exhibition can be, for you to belong and be part and parcel of what is going on. I went ahead to make suggestion about introducing the idea of the hologram into museum spaces, because hologram will be like the actual human, physically, or what looks like physical, but physically standing within a space and reenacting whatever historical information, instruction, or documents that hologram has to tell the people. Again, that is another way to interact, to get people involved in the making of exhibitions that will engage with people. Not only one person, it could also engage community. I don't want to be sounding as if I'm too digital. I then went away again to find another way to conceive of an interactive type exhibition. Only last week, I invited an assistant professor of painting and drawing from Georgia State University. He's a Yoruba guy. His name is Dr. Adewale Adenle. I invited him to come and speak about the sacred and profaneness, the profaneness of Yoruba ritual object in Western museum spaces. The interactiveness of what me and he were actually doing there was fascinating, because at the end of his presentation and our interactive conversation, the community who in the microcosmic way were the audience, they were already part and parcel of what we were talking about, because now we were no longer seeing a piece of mask as mask. We saw mask as ekpa. We saw the performance as gelede. We know a gungun and how it ties to the Yoruba idea of Babatunde. So to me, that is a way to, kind of gradually draw people in, suck them in, get them immersed. When you come to various museums, you are going to, much recently, you are going to start seeing what they call barcodes. I'm not a techie human being, but those barcodes are actually codes where if you take your phone and scan those things, it tells you the story of the piece of art. Again, a very interactive way. It engages young people who are very obsessed by technology. Now, let's start getting much more. I'm going to give all these stories to set us up for the final slot of what I'm going to say. Then not too distant past, I was a professor at the University of New Orleans with a colleague by the name Niyo Shundari. A lot of your scholars there will know him. Me and Oshundare, we were professors at the University of New Orleans a few years back, and then the public history program at the University of New Orleans had quite a number of great ideas. And as at the time I was at New Orleans in 22-23, the public history program was already vested with the idea of creating a three-dimensional motion space, like what I did in 2016. So you see, the idea that I already thought about in 2016 in a very basic way of using mirror to cast the projection that was put on one part of the wall, now has been part of a very serious study within that university system called public history. And the way they modified that idea was that it is going to be very financially intensive, because it now involves the projection of multiple cameras whereby the same camera is projected like 360 degrees. So now ours was like two sides of the wall. So if you get in, you are part of what is going on. But now with the public history program, they have been able to, acquire all these gadgets where they can put all this projector in a way that it can project around the hall. That way, when you walk into a space where those kinds of enactment is expected, the whole field and you is happening at the same time. Isn't that wonderful if you can walk into such space to see an exhibition? Because you will not only be seeing the exhibition, you will be part of that exhibition. I bet in a very strange way that we never imagined at the times we were younger. But you who are the younger ones today, these things are not so strange to you. You understand them, you know them. And now the challenge becomes, how do you as historians coming out from institutions, from your college degree, going into the world to make impact? While the lecture was going on, I've heard a lot of your professors saying something about practically telling you money. Money sometimes is a motivation, but the other time the first speaker hit the nail on the head. Your criticalness determines how you are able to create content that will be sellable. Where you are not critical enough, whatever content you create will have the problem of sellability. Why did I say that? I want to crack another joke. Pardon my joke, but laugh at it, but we are going to get it corrected one day. Your MC, when he first introduced me, he had told you all that I live in Virginia, but I do not live in Virginia. I live in Virginia. These are two words that almost want to sound similar, but if you pronounce it out somewhere, it is questionable, because they will ask you, what have you just said? Aha. So yes, this is where the criticalness of things, begin to make sense. I'm going to make one or two quotes. In the 1930s, the German philosopher by the name Walter Benjamin, he wrote a treatise titled Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. At the time, what Benjamin was tinkering or worried about was that the introduction of the printing press that makes the work of art multiple is a big problem. Because with mass production, what happens to the original work that the first artist created? Walter Benjamin's worry, or Walter Benjamin's concern, was very, very well documented, and it was well known because of the crisis in the art world. But Walter Benjamin's problem wasn't actually a problem. He was only thinking about the future, what will become art. And that is what I believe that we are here today tinkering about, the future. Because a lot of you are talking about AI and how is that going to help us. Some of you are worried about copyright and all what. But actually the truth, or the crux of everything we are dealing with here, is how we are going to deal with the technology that we already are seeing now that is going to rule tomorrow. So as art historians, you are already calibrating your brain and finding how what you do as historians, how they fit into that technology. Because the more it fits into that technology, its ability to be decimated is now made possible. Why did I say so? When before Lamidi Fake became popular, all he was doing at Oyo and wherever location they were making art was they were just known only there. But chance intervention by white Americans, white British coming to do field work in Nigeria, were able to capture them and then took them out and their name became names that you want to find, name you research upon. Even the supervisor who supervised me at Ibadan at the master's level, she even did her PhD work on the Fakeye family. So when your work, if you cannot find how to plug into all these things digital, you may end up being maybe like me, who don't make a lot of money, or maybe like Professor Laditi, who sometimes makes some money, or most times he's buying credit and then paying out of his salary every month. The gist should not be about money. The gist should be about how much knowledge did you acquire from the course of history that you have spent this number of years trying to acquire. How meticulous, how critical. I'll give another quotation again. That is going to be by my very good friend. He wrote a book in 2007 titled Becoming Art. His name is Howard Murphy. Howard Murphy challenged us that the definition of art is an ever-expanding field, which means that if you are bold enough, whatever you can define to be art becomes art. You see how our field has given us that license to be bold, to be daring. It is also a challenge to you. How daring can you be to find how you can connect what you are doing now to the reality that you are moving towards? If you can be daring enough to find it, you have just passed the test. Why, again, I still use all these anecdotes. Why me and Oladiti, we were both students at Ibadan. We already started thinking about how we are vested in trying to work on the minds of generations that are going to succeed us. He continues to do that. I continue to do that too. So sometimes it entails what? Dedication, meticulousness, and seriousness in pursuing that cause. So my rambling today is around the whole idea of interactive exhibitions and public history, which two of my anecdotes has already covered, but which I am going to tease out a little bit more, because my duty here today is to enter your impressionable minds, because you are the younger ones here. You are the ones who need to understand the terrain that you want to face. Never will I anticipate to tell you what that place is, because I don't know if I'm going to get there. The only thing I'm going to do is to enter your conscience, enter your mind, and see how you are able, as a matter of factly, how you are able to use all the tools, at your disposal to comfortably engage with the challenges that awaits. Mine is not a talk where you want to ask me questions about how copyright influences what, or how AI demands what. No, mine is more about how daring your exploits can be. Because it's only when you are daring that you are able to infuse, or translate manuscript into digital materials that people can use for anything they want to use. The technological arena is saturated by negative stories about how people exploit the system in a very dark way. But you, as humanists, students of humanity, we are being gifted with the technology, but we are also being admonished with the most important admonition to be very, very, very reasonable in using whatever technology that we have. So we are not going to encourage you, because if your mind becomes saturated with the idea of money, it now becomes a race to gather how much you can. And when that becomes the race, criticalness disappears, because what we are after at that point is actually speed to acquire. The intelligentsias bothers less about those things and bother more about how knowledge is carried from generation to generation. I heard one of the students ask the question about how correct AI information will remain. That has always been a problem, to always be a problem. But within that confusion, our job is to decipher what becomes important. Even in the days of oral history, even with the verbal word they tell you, as the generation go on, the crispness of the story filters down. It filters down whether you like it or not. So AI is what you feed AI. Is the computer language. It's garbage in, garbage out. It's what you feed it that it brings out. If you are critical enough, it brings critical answers. But if you are not critical enough, it brings non-critical answers. That is how the world has been calibrated to be. The same thing with the real world that you and me live in. The real world that you and me live in is, if you decide to be critical in your approach to both your daily life, you are bound to get critical results. But where you choose to, be fast because you want to catch up with A, B, or C, in the process, you definitely will forget a lot of things. So interactive exhibitions are similar to what I just explained. They are exhibitions that are created in such a way that, human engagement, you be part and parcel of that exhibition. You are not extricated from it. If you go in there, for instance, if you organize an exhibition that is of historical relevance, the last slave ship that came to Alabama before slavery was discontinued in the 17th century, the name of that ship or the boat was called Clotilda. And when the ship got there, that was where it was destroyed, and a few slaves escaped from there. But the relics of that ship remains in Alabama. In 2021-22, they had asked me to, work on their the Alabama History Museum contacted me and asked me to work on the Yoruba materials that was part of the items that were extracted from that, boat when it sank in the 17th century. So I gathered all my material, the knowledge I have about Yoruba material. I was able to create all what in the museum world they call the didactics, which is the information that associates itself with those materials. Having created that,
Bluetooth mode.
Having created that, the other sections of the museum that probably doesn't deal with what I'm doing, we still have to compare notes. Because first and foremost, when we came into the West to start looking at...
We can hear you. We can't hear you now.
You can hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Are you with us?
Yes. There is somebody who is activating a Bluetooth mode. Who is that person? Is the Bluetooth mode that is making me not...
If you can hear me, kindly hold on while we'll address the technical issue here.
Okay.
Okay, please continue now. Okay, please continue now. Okay, please continue now. Okay, please continue now. Okay, please continue now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I can't hear nobody here.
Hear you now.
But if you
Please go ahead, bro. Please go ahead, bro. Please go ahead,
Okay.
bro.
So in working on that exhibition, I was able to create material and also provided what we call contextual videos to show how those Yoruba cultural materials could have been used in context. So by creating materials that help people interact with that exhibition, we are actually helping them to know more. And that is also the idea of immersion. The idea of immersion is that you can physically touch or visually touch things that looks tangible. It's not when you walk into a museum and see just a mask put on the stand. Those things are static. You cannot really be part of it. But a lot of museums will cover it up with glass and say you can't touch it. But if you are able to create exhibitions whereby people can interact with what is there. I was in Cape Town in February where a young British Nigerian came to the exhibition at the art fair in Cape Town, and he was exhibiting a piece of work that got his idea from the gong. And then when you go close to the art, you don't just look at it, you touch it. When you touch the gong, the gong there, it projects a signal to the digital channel that now projects on a screen to show you the reading of yourself upon your touching those material in front of you. Those are interactive art objects. So, so history making and history production can also be that way. That's why it was very easy to anchor that into public history. I told you how I was part of the program Public History in New Orleans a few years ago. So what does this whole idea of interactive exhibition and public history mean? What does it mean? Because you may hear the word is really very, very bogus. Forget about the grandness of the word interactive exhibition and public history. No, what it means is very simple. How can you extract your historical knowledge to create episodes? Your professor that spoke about GIS kind of talked about it, about mapping, about and geography, about digital. That is the same way. Netflix recently showed a documentary movie that a friend of mine worked with me when we had just physical interaction. I'm a specialist in the visual cultures of shrines. I specialize in Olokun shrines among the Benin people of southwestern Nigeria. And when we finished talking, the knowledge he got about my idea of Olokun, he went into his editing room because he's a videographer, he's a filmmaker, and he made a documentary type movie that sold, although didn't sell quite well. Then he came back when I realized how much he was following extrapolating money. He now gave me a big offer. Let us blow my second doctorate degree into a documentary that will sell. I told him I am not ready yet because even the knowledge I have in that work, I feel it still deserves or still need more modifying so that knowledge becomes correct and respectful. So how do you get those knowledge? Your historical, your professor during your historical methodology may have taught you a lot of those. You can get them from archives. You can get them from even conversations you have with people. You can go on fieldwork trip. You can go anywhere. And when you are extrapolating knowledge, which you guys call data, be very, very thorough about how your data are generated. And then the issue of ethics, because sometimes you may jump into a place if you are dealing with maybe esoteric knowledge system, for instance. You jump into a place and they probably don't want to reveal certain information to you, but you think that you know it and you go out there and dump it. Sometimes that is not ethical enough. So you have to also be very ethical in how you extrapolate data that you now use to reconstruct whatever digital history or whatever kind of history you want to produce going forward. Is this important? It is very important because If knowledge has now started tilting towards being digital, I don't see why you should lag behind in that business. Then, so I've shown the meaning of interactive exhibition and public history and what that means, and how does it aid public history. Is what I just finished saying now. You be very critical about how you extrapolate knowledge before you reconstruct them. So when you finish extrapolating all this wonderful knowledge that you have gotten, and they are just data with you there. Some of you will say, oh, this is where it stops. I don't know where to go from this point. I can't even use it for anything. And I'll start hoping that one day I get a job as a teacher in high school, or get a teacher job in an elementary school, or I now become a lecturer in the university. That is not where the work of historian stops. It goes far more than that. In the public history program, students who are studying history, they are masters in these digital gadgets that I talked about. And not only masters in digital gadgets, I was surprised when I gave one of my graduate students a small script to go and write 2 paragraphs on the Benin material that I wanted them to project. He came back and even gave me another version that he thought was the right one. That's how historians can be. I know a lot of historians from Nigeria, even the Said Aderington that one of your presenters spoke about this morning. I know him very well. They are all product from southwestern Nigeria. I also know Ajayi, and I know Adesina. There are a lot of them who are historians, and I've read their work. They are very, very meticulous. So student, your challenge is how meticulous you can be in extrapolating historical data. Then when you have this data with you, they can be spun into anything. It's just like a sculptor having clay in front of them, and they'll be crying, oh God, I don't know how to transform this clay into something. No, with those data, I'm just giving you an expo. You don't need to follow me, but with those data, you can then look at what is happening. I mean, these social media spaces are awash with creative talents. That lady in your computer, something that presented second, I think, she was telling you things about algorithms, how those things happen. You can take a sample of whatever you have created, extrapolated, or even archived, or even saved in your portable device. You can test those out, take something out, put it out there, and see how the reaction goes. The reaction also drive what, I don't know, algorithm. I'm not a techie person. I explained that at the very beginning, but these are all how you test your knowledge. Your knowledge should not only remain within the 4 walls of the university where you come out from, or in the 4 walls of your room where you have burned a lot of candles trying to get to understand certain materials before you write your whatever paper you need to write. That knowledge can go out. Test it. And then see what others are doing and find how that idea can collect some of your data to recreate. No knowledge is new. That's why they say research. Research means you are researching what has been searched before. So if you sit with the belief that you want to create something fantastically new, you can never create in a vacuum. I'm an artist. That is what I have known from day one. Then how or in what ways can all this make sense to you as historians going out there to engage and stay relevant? Your ability to use those extracted data. Because as historians, whether you are studying past, you're studying present, studying future, you are doing those, you are extracting data. All you are doing is just extracting data, feeding those knowledge into your head. So that is what it is. You can study history 10 years. All you are doing is extrapolating information, collecting data in different form. You read books, you go ask, interview, you go archive, you are collecting data. How do you now use that to stay relevant in the world that you are going towards? Becomes the big question. And that is simple. It's also what I have just touched upon before we got here. You can do that in so many ways. And that also broadens your potential to work in many areas. Since I became engaged within the museum setting, I have seen potentials that lies there. A lot of potentials are there. People from history can be part of the Department of Education because you create knowledge for people coming into museums to enjoy pieces and interact with objects within that museum space. Historians also work with curators in museums to tight.
Hello, Prof. You may just said the allotted time. You may need to give the concluding remarks now.
Oh, I hear too many noise. I didn't hear what you say. Repeat yourself, please.
Yes, kindly give the concluding remarks. You've already exhausted the allotted time, Prof.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So yes, I think the challenge becomes how you are able to use this material to create knowledge and affect that generation that you are heading towards. And this material are kind of very raw. These data are raw. And there are many channels through which you can spread them across. It can make you work both within the Department of Culture, Department of History. You can work in United Nations if you are able to critically use this material to speak to the relevance of whatever situation is happening at that point in time. As you continue to prune your material, to modify them, to analyze them in a much more rigorous way, and looking around you, because the humanities is an interdisciplinary field, looking around you to find how to use other disciplines to both compare and to create knowledge or create product out of this your data, the more you are actually putting yourself at a better position going to face that future. Thank you very much.
For that highly illustrative and interactive presentation, well laced with humor and comedy. Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you for parents of mother tongue in my pronunciation of Virginia. I take that correction. Thank you so much for being part of the workshop. Please kindly put your hands together once again for Prof. So we now go to the question and answer session now. Some of our students have already forwarded their questions for you. So we will read them out now while you respond to them one after the other. The first one says, what is your advice as someone in United States to a student of history here in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, who is almost done with schooling, but has no sense of direction as to what to do after school? What's your fatherly advice to someone who studied art and finished as a graduate of history in Nigeria? Did you get that? It's a lengthy one. Did you get that, Prof? Or do I need to paraphrase in a language that you understand?
No, I understand it. It's a very common question. It's a very common question.
Okay.
I think I don't have any advice for you. The only thing I know is that if you are about to graduate, the burden of proof is with you. You have to decide whether you got enough from what you have done. I go back again to my anecdotal way of explanation. As at the time me and Oladiti were students at Ibadan, I was already applying to want to be a teacher in the United States, even when I didn't know. I don't even know where that country was as at that time. I didn't know. But it always starts with you trying to be ingenious from within. But if the idea is to further your education, you also have to determine that, because Oladiti on his own was just go to school all through. He finished NYC and came back to Ibadan without missing a step. So some people will say, let me go work first. So it depends on what you want to do when you finish school. And that thought will be starting maybe from your 300 level, because if you don't start on time, He said if you don't set out time to plan, you are only preparing, or you're only planning to fail. So if you get that idea, if going further in your historical quest is your dream, you put that down. If getting job is the dream, you put it down too. And I told you how the social media is now awash with a lot of things happening. There is even where you can, there are, I don't know how many of you in your class who have subscribed to that social media site called LinkedIn. LinkedIn always has a column where they put remote work now. And there are some remote work that are historically based. If you can tap into those and you really want to work based on these materials you have acquired or you have collected all these years, that material can actually set you up. You can work remotely. And you work remotely until the point where if you think, okay, I want to change and do something else, or I want to go see the parent body of where I work for, those become possibilities. But if you ask me, your possibilities of getting something are endless. But the first spark has to come from you. The burden of planning your future should never be the duty of somebody giving you advice. If you decide it from within, that is the idea you bring out. Then let people look at, make comments, ask questions that will help you modify it even better going forward.
For that very educative response. We have another question for you. This time around, it's a kind of quotation, but the student wants you to apply this quotation to historical context. He wants you to put this quotation in historical context. The quotation by Benjamin Franklin goes thus: empty your purse into your mind, and your mind will fill your purse with coins. That's coming from Benjamin Franklin. Empty your purse into your mind, and your mind will fill your purse with coins. So the student is asking, how can we relate this to the study of history? So, Prof, over to you.
Your purse is your data. Your mind is your criticalness and the engine room that creates whatever you want to create. And your purse again becomes your wealth. And that was what I said at the very beginning.
Thank you for that very concise response. Please, students, put your hands together for Prof. Andy for being part of this interactive session today. Prof, we appreciate your presence in our midst. In fact, we hope we are going to have you physically sometime.
Yes.
We'll have you in Lautech to be part of our program here. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So we now go to the very first presentation. We were supposed to take the presentation by Professor Afolabi, but because of technical issues, we couldn't take it. We couldn't take it. So we want to find out if his representative is online with us right now. Yes, we have limited time. We are not going to take 30 minutes this time around because we are fast running out of time. So you will have just 15 minutes to make your presentation. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, sir. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
so
with you.
You have the floor. Please kindly do a summary of your presentation.
Okay. All right. So yes, I apologize for the technical issue the other time that disrupted that presentation. So I would just continue from where I stopped. So I'll continue from where I stopped. And so I'll continue from where I stopped the other time. So I've taken the introduction that talks about the relevance of digitization or archives in historical reconstruction. And I mentioned the fact that the archives is very important because it's one of the sources of history that provides, especially the primary source of historical engagement. So the archive is a collection of materials that have enduring value. And those values could be historical, legal, cultural, but of course, we're talking about records of materials or materials that have historical value. So in the archives, we have official documents, letters, personal papers. We also have photographs, we have maps, audio and video recordings, oral histories, and other documents that can serve as primary sources of history. And I also emphasize, or I anchor this discussion on the definition of history by Geoffrey Beracul, that said, history is the attempt to discover significant events about the past based on fragmentary evidence. And of course, the archives contain some of the pieces of this evidence that we can use in reconstructing the past. And we live in a digital world. You know, everything is being digitized. Economies are digitized. Even worship is digitized. Content is digitized. Virtually everything, even social interaction, is also digitized. And of course, it becomes imperative that archives are also digitized in order to make them easily accessible to people. And of course, in Nigeria, we have archives, we have government archives that is under the supervision of the Ministry of
Mr. Akindaosi, the network has gone from your hand again. Are you with us? Okay. Mr. Akindaosi, if you can hear us now, since the network itches is becoming a recurring decimal from your hand, we may have to go to the next presentation. If you're able to fix that, then probably we'll come back to you. So we now move to the fourth presentation now, and that will be given by Dr. Chesson Assis. Please kindly put your hands together for him as he steps out. Students appreciate.
Bluetooth mode.
Good afternoon, the eminent professors, Professor Akim Oladiti, my Igban, Tiwa. He housed me when I didn't have accommodation at UR. He gave me accommodation. I will keep on telling your stories to the world. Thank you so much. I'm to present a talk on script writing for historical documentaries. Before I proceed, I want to ask you some basic questions. But this is a workshop. It's not a lecture. How many people in this hall have YouTube channels? You have? You have? You have. 3 people. TikTok. Many of us here. Then our Facebook reels. How often do we use it? Every day. You already have a good mind with what you are studying. History is a good mind. I want to focus on these areas so that we see how we can use what we have to get what and what we need at the same time. History is a very good source for script writers, for creative writers, for artists. That you are studying history does not mean that you cannot become reputable artist. How many of us here can chant Oriki in this hall?
that can chant oriki, that can pre-sing, that have the talents of creating stories through oriki. Amen. Nobody. Because oriki also is a source of history. We get history of a people of communities from their oriki. To see the value of the course that you are studying is a good mind. But how can we use history for documentaries? We need to answer 3 basic questions if we want to use history for documentaries. The first question is what? The second question is how. The third question is why. What, how, and why. I always tell my students this anytime I teach them script writing or playwriting, especially when it comes to the use of history to write a play or to write a film script. And film scripting is of 2 types. We have feature films and we have documentary, which is my talk here today. But I will talk on feature films and documentaries briefly too. I say what? I want to let us know what is under what that we need to ask ourselves when we want to use history for documentaries. The first what is the basic knowledge of history of this subject matter that I know that I have? You cannot venture into using history for documentary without having the basic knowledge. You must have the foundational knowledge. You must have the fundamental knowledge. Because that is what will aid your further probe into that history. Don't have the basic knowledge, you'll be given wrong history. For instance, when I was doing a research on documentary on issue in Yoruba land, I went to Ishuawele in Ibadan. Ishuawele was believed to be the home of issue worshippers. But unfortunately, the priest of that issue does not know the history of issue. If I had not gone there with my basic knowledge, I would believe that I've gone to the right source to get my fact. But with the basic knowledge I have, I was able to question the history that the man told me. I was told in my research team that the man told me wrong history. I said, how do you know? I said, he did not know the history at all. I said, let's try other sources. But I told them what I know, my basic knowledge, before we went to other sources. So what I got there tallied with what I had told my research team. Now, let us say I don't have that basic knowledge. So what basic knowledge of the history do I have? That is one. Two, what methodology am I adopting to get my information? What methodology am I adopting? Am I using text-based approach to my methodology, where you only get materials written by other historians, you start reading, which is not advisable while writing script? Am I using ethnographic approach, where you go to the field, you interact with multiple sources and cross-check with your secondary sources to start writing? Then, why am I doing this? Why am I using history in documentaries? Is it for the pedagogy? Is it for commercialization? We know one thing basically, that most people engage in historical documentaries to make money. We can't rule money out in whatever we do. We all want to make money. Am I right? But we should not make money to the detriment of pedagogy. Because the essence of history is to ensure pedagogy. Because posterity will be coming. We want to pass on the information to the posterity. We must ask that why. But we should now, by asking that why, we should now blend pedagogy with commercialization. If at all we want to fuse in fiction into our story, the fiction must be close to the fact. Because in any historical documentation, we don't have 100% fact. We do not have. We have a mixture of fact and fiction, even in the documentation done by conventional historians. Because histories were done from perspectives. We must be able to analyze, we must be able to critique. But in doing that one, we infuse our personal biases into whatever we are interpreting or critiquing. We can't do that one. But the rate of fiction must not conflict with the fact. For instance, years ago, there was a story of Efun Shetan, written by late Professor Akewomi Shola, that painted the woman bad, wicked, and so on, without giving us the background to what would have prompted the woman to be wicked. Someone will not sleep one day and say, I want to be wicked. Something must have caused it. In 2013, I began my research on Efun Shetan, and that produced a play that I wrote, performed, that traced the actual cause of the woman's wickedness. The woman suffered from psychosis because of the tragedy that befell her, caused by the warriors. That's the story of another day. It took me more years to uncover all these facts. It took me more years. I spent so many years writing the play because I cross-checked data. I went to the field, I cross-checked data, and so on. And it took as people have been expecting it. Ambassador Yemi Farombi, when he read a copy of the play, he said, Shesan, I've been expecting this version of the story for years. That I've been wondering that how will someone sleep and wake up that I want to be wicked? You have given us a version that we have been expecting. The same thing, Abishina came from Ikija Igba, from my research. She's not even originally from Ibadan. She came from Igba, Ikija. Falago Ikija Igba watched the performance on stage at Muson and said, oh, this is our story that we have been expecting. Now, two playwrights using the same history, but from different perspectives. And why? My question is this. My own why is pedagogy. That I want to give posterity the history that had been hidden. But the pedagogy has now brought in commercialization for me. But since its production, I've sold over 6,000 copies of this play. So you can see here that we focus on pedagogy, money has come in. So we should know how to blend the pedagogy and the commercialization of history when we want to digitize our performances. The third question is how? How do I tell my story? What mode am I using? Am I telling it in novel form? Am I telling it in film? Am I telling it through play production? If it's through film, it is highly capital intensive. If you truly want to produce Netflix standard film, you should be thinking of 150 million, 200 million up. Netflix standard film. And if you do not do Netflix standard film, you will not have your audience. So that is the short comment there. Then am I using play like this play that has been produced? Then when you produce it in form of a play, it cannot be a gradual step. A play first published like this, then it goes to stage that this play has appeared in about 5 to 6 different stages across the country. Now, from stage, you may now get sponsored that you now move to film. So how do I? Don't say because I don't have money, I cannot do it. You can do it. Because you are on good mind. Historians are on good mind. We have different histories of different communities. In Ibadan alone, I've written 5 plays on Ibadan history. Awela Tosa, I've written that too. What caused his death, who he was before he became a warrior in Ibadan, and so on. I am not a historian, but my research tended towards history. Because my PhD was historiography and cultural meaning in drama and film. How filmmakers and playwrights use history in their work. And I saw so many gaps that historians can come and fix. You have roles to play to correct all this biopic production. Every now and then they sleep and wake up that they want to make biopic. We have biopics now. This is the season of biopics. Eforoye now by Fetia Balogun. Something of Nikeleko by Jide Babs. But they are not professional historians. And they will not consult professional historians. When you graduate, you already have what will give you money. You already have what will give you money. You can start even by creating your YouTube channel or TikTok. Go and do well-researched history of just with all these aesthetics on your YouTube or TikTok, just start telling this history. Ìtàn àwọn akọni ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, the history of Yoruba warriors. Before you do 3 or 4 episodes, you will see sponsors. If you give authentic history, authentic in quote, because no history is authentic. No history is authentic. I stand up corrected. Because what I say as what I've done here, some may still come and question it by doing further research, by probing further beyond what I've done. So perspective differs while doing history. But when you now you do research very well. Even before you graduate, you can start making your money. Like I train my students in the department. I'm from Theatre Arts department. Our students are making much money now. Because we encourage them to have their YouTube channel. We support them for their productions. And now they are earning. If I ever have one, I will call me father. She has graduated now. I say, let me help you look for something for weekend. She didn't look for a job. She just doing the production on YouTube, on TikTok. And she's earning money. You that now have access to so many stories. In Ogbomosho here alone, you cannot finish the history of Ogbomosho in your productions. You cannot finish it. Go and look for unique concept. And look for professionals to work with you by saying this is how we pattern script, this is how we do it. You can even learn it online. And with this, you will be able to key into 3 questions I said earlier on. What,
how, and why? These are the three basic questions that the filmmakers out there do not have. And they are so arrogant that they will not consult professionals to guide them. Because they don't want you to see their shortcomings. They want to see that they know all. So, the God mind you have is what you already studied. History. How many of you here have seen House of God and Bashonga? I know you all must have seen House of God because it is a postmodernist film that rubbishes or your history. House of God is not historical. Even on our platform, Free Partitions of Africa, I told them the House of God was only released to make money, not to give pedagogical value to posterity. I became their enemy. I said, I'm telling you as someone who studied historiography in filmmaking. In terms of costume, in terms of props, they didn't do anything well. Then I dropped the mic because it's almost time. Let us now see how you can still make money through documentaries. We have different festivals. We have different tourist sites that are historical. Iyake is in Ado-Awaye. We have different places even in Ogbomoso here. You can start even as students. Go to the curators of these sites, curator of these festivals. Get the history from them. Get their permission to transmit the history. On your YouTube channel, on your TikTok channels, people will watch. You get your money. You are on good mind. But you may not know the value of what you have now until you lose it. Because people like us that are not historians may hijack that project from you. Please think deeply now. Think for future, as you asked from Professor Hendy, that how will he advise you to plan for future? The future you want to plan for is already within your reach here. Think deeply and act wisely. Thank you so much.
Very much for that highly illustrative presentation. He has just opened our eyes on how best we can put up skits on social media, using skits to make money and all of that. Thank you so much, Doc. Please kindly put your hands together once again for him. He has given us the theatrical representations of the past, how best we can represent the past using theater and all of that. All right, students, please kindly bear with us. We understand the fact that you need to observe a kind of short break. We will do that probably after the next presentation. We will now take the presentation by Professor Mrs. Adedeji. Please kindly put your hands together for her as she steps out. Professor Adedeji, thank you very much.
A very warm good afternoon to everybody. And I'd like to appreciate our academic father, who is just stepping out, Professor Tijani. The Lord continue to strengthen you, sir. Permit me to stand on already established existing protocol. And I would like to appreciate Dr. Sesan Aziz for that thought-provoking presentation. He always turned me to an historian. An historian in the house. Can you please jam your hands together for yourself? You see, one thing I want you to know is that you are not wasting your time. At all, at all. So if there's anybody here and you are still thinking, why history? Why not law? You see, like he said, you are sitting on a gold mine. And like Professor Andy said the other time, what you now make out of this depends on you. With IT, even as historian, you can rule the world. I will say that I'm Professor Oti Adedeji from the Department of Information Systems. And this beautiful afternoon, I'm going to be talking on building digital projects for historical preservation. Now, on the screen there, I have just three scenarios. The first one, being a workshop, just that's a photo of 13 during Biafra War. Like I told the HOD, I said, I never had the opportunity to even did history as subject while growing up. And the second one is a picture of CD-ROM and its player. You may not know this. And the last one is an historical document too, which is still readable online today. So you can see that we have picture. You can have that picture, maybe an old newspaper, you scan it on your phone. But if that phone drops into maybe hot water while you are making amala, that's the hair. The other one, we have it as CD-ROM. How many of us have experienced trying playing maybe CD disc of maybe an event? Your great-grandfather burial ceremony and it was skipping, you know, all those stuff. So eventually, you yourself, you don't have access to it, not talk about your children in the nearest future. But this is a document of a trial since 1674, which is still readable. People still have access to it. They can still talk about it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we are talking about building digital projects for historical preservation. Then what is preservation? What do we mean? So that means having it on CD is not preservation. Now you are talking about YouTube channel, your TikTok, your Instagram, or whatever, all the social media. You have not even preserved the history. So we mean by preservation, we want something that somebody can still have access to in good quality in the next 50 years, in the next 80 years. So we are talking about source survivor. The file must still exist. Not only exist, I have loads of CD drive at home, but they are useless. They still exist. That's the source. But are they readable? No. Then we talk about meaningful access. Someone must still be able to open the file. Understand. It's not about just opening the file now. Understand the context. The other speaker was talking about the house of God. A film where the context has been baptized. Then number 3, we talk about long-time sustainability. So when we talk about this, we are not talking about just having historical content that I only is the one that have access to that can preserve it. So it's not just personal. It must become institutional. It must become a system for preservation. Next slide. I have to move fast because I prepared this based on 1 hour that HOD told me before. Now, I will define digital history. Digital history is not just putting old stuff online at all. It goes beyond that. So we want to, it's a blend of 3 ways of thinking. You talk about the historical thinking. What matters in the vast record of experience? Fact finding. He said, the other speaker said, even if you want to add fiction, it must be very close to the fact. So, historical thinking. And because it is digital, then there must be a system that supports that. It is not just scanning it with my phone. And when we mean by system, it involves components. And in the field of information system, the department where I come from, that is all that we think about. We think systems. How do we help other fields in the help of IT? That's our discipline. Then, if we are not talking about digital history, then we must think beyond now. There is a field of thinking that we call design thinking. We must blend design thinking into it. In design thinking, you are not just interested in the what, in the how, or in the why. In design thinking, we think about our audience. Who are we building for? This digital content, who are the audience? And in a field, in our field, there's what called the user. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. In a field we talk about, in our own field, when you are talking about design thinking, then we begin to think about the user. There's what called the user research. What are they interested in? What are we building? So that means we can have different versions of the same story tailored to different people, meeting different needs. For the researcher, what are they interested in? For the student, what's their interest? For the general populace, people like me that don't understand what? I just want something, maybe entertainment. Then the content will not be the same. The content will not be the same. So permit me to now move straight, because we are talking about building digital project for historical preservation. What's project? To start with, what's a project? Project is any temporary activities endeavor to achieve a specific goal. So when you talk about project, we are not talking about building projects alone. That wedding plan is a project. It has time limit. It has resource as a constraint. So that's what makes it a project. And for digital history project, when you want to build a project to preserve history, let's talk about these 5 layers, because they are very, very important. Number one is the source. And the source we come from is that not true? So we begin to say, what do we have? That's the core question. Then from our own contribution, because we are going to be digital now, it goes beyond just having it in paper, the hard copy. We want it digital that we can preserve. Then we say digitize correctly. And if we want to digitize correctly, we talk about the right format. I want you to know that this document can be produced in different formats. We have the document format that when I transfer it, anybody can edit and add something. We have the portable digital format that is only read-only. So we have different formats. Number 2, we talk about the data. And for in historical context, the data we are talking about is not just figures, zeros and ones. It's not digital. It's not digit alone. We are talking about text. It can be audio interview. It can be visual. It can be anything. So data has moved beyond just having zeros and the alphabet alone. So what are the data? And the data, what are we going to use to describe it? Because if we just have the data and burn it on CD, and let's say we just say that's where we have to know. That content will not be understood in the next 50 years. There must be data that will describe it and say, okay, this video is talking about the Biafra war. It happens so place, and this. So we talk about metadata. And that will involve that we have a database structure. Because anything in system must be stored. If you don't have it stored, just like we have our brain. If you have, as a historian, if you have not been studying all those histories, you will be able to tell your children. So the same thing with digital projects, there must be a place where we store it. Then the third one, we talk about the tools. How do we work with it? What are the tools that will be necessary? The other time I said, just having a YouTube channel doesn't guarantee sustainability. It doesn't mean that we have preserved it. Then we talk about the interface. How will people interact with that digital content? How will they interact with the digital history? How are they going to use it? We design we design a structure, and in most of the time, in this present time, we must think mobile first. And when we are thinking mobile first, that means our design.
Bluetooth mode.
That's what we call responsive design. That means irrespective of your screen size, you still have the same feel. So if I'm using a laptop with a screen size of 15.6 or 16 inches, somebody is using a portable laptop of 12 inches, I'm using my smartphone, we should have the same thing. And on that one, we think mobile first, because a larger percentage of population, they access things on their mobile first, not laptop. Then the last layer, we talk about sustainability. So, like the last presenter was talking about research team, they go for research about the Apple story and things like that. Then, how do we sustain it? Probably maybe in the next 50 or even 20 years, he may have gone away from, maybe somebody just gave him political appointment and is no longer interested in academics. All those postgraduate students in the research team, they've graduated and everybody on their own. Maybe historian now turned businessman. Who is responsible? So it goes beyond a password on one of the PG students, or on the PG student's laptop, or on the lead researcher laptop. How do we sustain it? Next slide, please. Now let's now take this layer fast, one by one. The first one we talk about layer 1 and 2, that's sources and metadata. For layer 1, let's say we say, what do we have? Let's take a case of Biafra now, because this is a workshop. What do we have about Biafra? Maybe in the department, what do we have? What are the evidences? Though they are not digital now, but what are the evidences that we have? Maybe an old newspaper, maybe a recorded interview of maybe Ojuku, or his broadcast, or somebody who had video. I don't know. What do we have? Maybe family photo or whatever. Then we now move ahead. Then we have, let's say, a photo now. We now go ahead to have the metadata. The metadata is going to give us description about what we have. That's the next thing we need to do. We are going to put a title. What is that thing that we have? Number 2, what's the date? You can see an example on that table. Then who created it? From who? Who made it? Because ethics and what do you call it now? It's very, very important. We must reference the other time Prof was talking about copyright. That photo from where? Then the subject, what is it about? This is Biafra war, whatever, or civil war, whatever. I don't know the correct word to use. The historians, they know. And what language? This particular one, are we going to transcribe it into local Nigerian language? So that even if I don't have the privilege of entering the gate of any school, I can still have access to what happened in the past. So, what do we have the right? Who can use it? Is it for educational purpose? Such that when you have, hello, please, hope we are following. I know item 7 is on the go, but please permit me to move from item 7 to maybe item 8 so that we can continue. So is it for educational purpose alone? Such that when you as historians, when you have done your research, put something up, somebody will not pick what you have put on and just go ahead and commercialize your whole effort. Next slide. And the next thing, what are the tools? How do we work with it? What are the tools? And in this case, you must choose tools based on sustainability, not on what is trendy. Because we are not for the moment, we are thinking future. We are forward thinking. We are thinking what happens. So we have some tools here, which I want you, maybe after the workshop, because of the shortness of the workshop, I planned 1 hour before. So we have Omeka Else. This is recommended for research. We have the Google site where you can just maybe very simple things. You can start there, class project. And we have zenodo.org, which is a permanent archive. Next slide, please. So we are talking about which tools to use. Then the layer 4 is talking about interface. In interface, you see, why I said we are moving from just individual to system. We want to preserve digital history. And there must be an interface. In my home field, we call it information architecture. How do you arrange all those things? So it goes beyond just having a website. In information architecture, you have different systems. The organization system, how do you organize your information? What's going to be the organization scheme, the navigation system, the search system, and so many things that have to be. So can they search by hometown? When we are talking about preserving, and somebody is just interested, I want to know what has happened. The other speaker was talking about so many things we can write about Ibadan, about Ogbomoso. What about your own hometown? Maybe that will be your own next project. What about your hometown? And maybe that's what's going to bring that village that you import into limelight. And they filter by year or location. When things happen chronologically, maybe for a couple of years, can we search what happened in between? Does it work on a mobile phone? That's responsive design that I was talking about. Some things, when you design them, they work fine on laptop like this. But when you want to access the same thing on your phone, it gives you problem because the screen size, they are not the same thing. Then that calls for responsive design. Can a secondary school student use it? How simple is the interface? How simple is the interface? Because when you talk about things like this, the interface, one thing must be in your mind. How easy will it be for people, the user, to find whatever they are looking for? Next slide. So the last layer is talking about sustainability. We have talked about interface. Next slide. Sustainability, that means where does the project live? And this is very, very important. If you are saying you are digitizing and the project is on your laptop, you have done nothing. You have done nothing. Because it's just for somebody to just pick that laptop and go away, and all efforts are gone. Is there a backup? And where is the backup? It's not a function of having backup, but where do you keep the backup? How safe is your place where you have your backup? How will format be migrated? Today we have TIFF, which is still safe. That is tagged image file format. But what happens in the next year? What happens in 20 years' time? Who has the password? I've said that before. Please, next slide. Time is already for. So because I structure it as a workshop, I would have loved us to just think of one piece of Biafra history. And these are the things, suggestions that you may have. Please, let's move on. Let's move on. Then just rush through the slide. Then I have hands-on. The slides are available. You can pick it up. You have Adobe Scan that can help you to scan any document, historical documents. You can scan it into PDF. Then you now follow through and convert that PDF into PDF for all time. And you can have it in tagged image format. Tagged image format is very, very important for your master copy. It cannot be manipulated because with PDF, as you make more copies, as you are transferring from place to place, the quality begins to degrade. Then you can have RegForge for audio recordings. You have audio recordings of what happened in the past. It can help you to keep it. And it's going to maintain an uncompressed. That is WAV format, WAV format, not MP3 that we are used to. So you can now make MP3 from that WAV. WAV will serve as the master because it's going to be a lossless compression. No compression at all. No pixel is lost. Then we are talking about preserving it. Then we talk about generating a hash for it. And as present, we use hash algorithm 256. That's the SHA 256 to secure it. Once a digit is missing, that 32 bits, for that file, then you know it has been tampered with. Please move on. Then we have bundle and backup. The real rule is that you have 321. 321, 321. Please move on. I will talk about that later. Then this is the naming and authentication. How do you name your file? The sample is there. Tell us what. Tell us who, when. And then you can have multiple of those files. Then you put 001 there. Please move on. Then we have the 321 backup rule. Never rely on a single file. So you can have one on your phone, another one on cloud, and then you can have another one offsite, like that permanent archive that I mentioned the other time. Why? Because you need to keep it safe. That is one of the first steps for preserving it. Then you have 3 total copies, 2 types of storage, then copy offsite. Next slide, please. These are the different formats for archive. That's the master copy that you will keep. Then for the one that you will now share for people to see, these are the different formats. So if you have anything in JPEG format, you have not preserved it. You have not. You have not preserved that. Please, next slide. So I thought we'll be able to do an answer with Canvas. What's the connection? Who is going to be maybe your first project? What do we have? Which history do you know? What content do you have? Then who is going to be your primary audience? What are the need features? What you need? Okay, they must be able to search. They must see this. They must see that. Just simple MVP. Then what's going to be the biggest risk? And the campus are these people that can help you on campus to make it a reality. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we have campus pathway for your project based on the risk. If it is copyright, who are the people that you can see? Next slide. So with this brief workshop, and I'll call it just an enlightenment, because we have so many things embedded in building digital projects. You see that historian decides what matters. You are the one that knows the fact from fictions. But if you want to build it into a project that will preserve our historical data or content, information decides if it loads in 2028. That means it must be on the system, not just on your phone, not just on your laptop. And today, we just learned about both. And with this, I want to welcome you to the world of digital history. Thank you for listening.
I think Prof deserves a better round of applause for that beautiful presentation. She has deployed digital tools, in our presentation. And, it was a very fantastic one. We will now take the second phase of that presentation. And that will be taken by Dr. Utio Bode. So let's jam our hands together for him.
Thank you, sir. All protocol duly observed. Thank you, Professor, the HOD, for this privilege to share this thought with our colleagues. The title of this presentation is Script Writing for Historical Documentation, Turning History into Income. So I'll be talking to you on what the last speaker mentioned, building on that. So the key points for this lecture is that we'll be able to understand what script writing is in general and in history. We'll also be able to explore the types of historical script with global and Nigerian examples. We will learn how script writing can be monetized by historians, then turning historical facts into short scripts. Script writing is history told as story. Script writing is history told as story. And story is the bridge between knowledge and income. Script writing is history told as story. So the emphasis here is that your script must bring about performance, must bring forth actors, must bring lines to your actors. They must come up with lines. So history is more than a record of past events. It is a living narrative that shapes identity, culture, and society. Script writing offers a powerful solution. By mastering the art of storytelling through script, historians can transform their knowledge into engaging narrative that not only preserve history, but also open doors to financial opportunities. You can see the image attached to it, showing now we can see a scroll. So what is script writing in general? So script writing is the art and act of storytelling. So when you're coming up with a script, you are just trying to tell us a story. And that is what differentiates script writing from history. History talks about story, but history is not storytelling. Your storytelling here now navigate through the past. The consciousness of a historian is the past. So when you're telling your story, you are telling a story that's dwelt in the past that you are reconstructing and you are reenacting. So it is unique in documenting history, shapes real events, people, and cultural context for audience. Medium. In this context, we are using the medium of drama, not the medium of prose, not the medium of poetry. Although poetry has also advanced in the contemporary times, whereby it is being acted. But our emphasis on script writing is about the aspect of drama. The elements include dialogue, which I've mentioned earlier on. There must be stage direction, scene description, pace cueing. That is, this is the next action, you take your cue. Then the purpose is it translates ideas into experiences audience can see, hear, and feel. Your audience should be able to see it, feel it. So it is something that is all-encompassing. The application, the backbone is film, TV shows, plays, documentary, podcasts, and digital media. Now let's quickly look at history, script writing in history. We have looked at it from the general perspective. Now we'll talk about it in history. So it transforms factual records into compelling narratives. You know, we take
Bluetooth mode.
history is all about fact, and we now into compelling narratives. So the approach to it is it goes beyond date and event. You dramatize the key figures, you recreate their moment, you create their atmosphere. For example, if we are going to tell a story about Showo Ogulola now, we will now make that into a dialogue for us to have it. Then impact, it makes history accessible and emotional. You know, you cannot detach yourself from the society as a historian. So your emotions are being brought into your script writing. It helps audience engage with the past in ways traditional scholarship often cannot. You know, we were trained to write, and our discourse or our researches are made in prose form. So it is not made to purge emotion, really. All we are concerned is that this fact, we want to make it scientific and to portray a truth that this thing actually happened. Then integrity, not about inventing fact. So when you are telling this story, you are not inventing it. And that is the difference between when you see people making films outside, they will sit down and came up with that idea. But this idea is resident in the society. So you are going to the repository of that society to get that fact and to bring it into our historical framework to narrate an event. So now, we have types of script writing in historical documentation. One, we have documentary script, we have historical drama, we have museum and exhibition script, and we have educational script also. So we have radio and podcast script, and we have reenactment script. So in general, we have 6 types of script when it comes to historical documentation. Because of the time, I might not be able to highlight it one after the other. Or let's see how it goes. Maybe after this, I might still come back to that. So why script writing matters for historians? Why? Why is it that script writing matters to historians? One, it moves history outside traditional publishing to reach wider audience. It goes beyond the normal book of a thin book form because stories or script writing emphasizes performance. The last speaker talked about a drama piece he made. In drama, after that script has been written, it must be disvirgin. If that script is not disvirgin, then the script is not fit for living. Disvirgin the script means don't forget about the exhibitor talking about vagina and vagina. So now, for script writing, we have disvirgin scripts and we have virgin scripts. So virgin scripts are not being tested. They have not been tested, but disvirgin scripts have been tested. So when you engage your script in performance, it shows that it has been disvirgin. Okay? Transform historical expertise into craft value across industries. It's essential in documentary, films, museum, and educational platform, talking about types of script writing. Now, not just custodian of the past, but storyteller, shaping cultural understanding today. So you are not just only a custodian of the past, but you are telling a compelling story. Because when you tell the story, like Moonlight story now, story of Ijapa, there were activities, although Ijapa was personified as a human being, but if you are to look at it from the perspective of a historian, Ijapa wasn't a human being. And history talks about what? Human being. So let's move. So monetization opportunity in script writing for history. One, it could be in film and TV collaboration. You collaborate with film industries, you collaborate with presenters on TV, you collaborate with proprietors of TV stations. Then publishing plays and adaptation. You can adapt it like this play, Shakespeare was an adaptation. There's a Nigerian play of that adaptation. Are you getting it now? So you can adapt a historical fact into a play. Like you can adapt Aba Riot. Are you getting it? Ogbori Elemosho. You can adapt many activities within your environment. Then we also have museum and cultural institutions. You can also collaborate with museums and cultural institutions, like what Prof from United States mentioned the other time, talking about how he has been able to make two of the factual information into an exhibition. Do you understand now? Another thing is educational curriculum and online courses. You can also monetize your idea of script writing by building a curriculum, by engaging people on online courses. And then you can also be a freelancer. My guy here is a freelancer. So a freelancer is one who works with either a radio station or a TV station to present his or her idea to the public. So it might be paid for and you might do it for free. Okay? So now the practical strategy for success in script writing. Now, our last speaker, Prof, mentioned you having a portfolio, you having a particular folder on your system. So your script, your short script, you will do it. So by the time you want to upload it, when you are trying to upload it onto your website or something, you will click on that, then you move it to where you actually want it on that your website, then you click on share. If you do not click on share or give a prompt for sharing, the material will not be shared. And then you must share by saying visible to all. If it's not visible to all, it will only be for you, the creator, and for you alone. So you must build a portfolio that you will have your short creative ideas, which comes from what? Historical information. Help with filmmakers, educators, cultural institutions. Another thing is that you leverage digital platform, YouTube, podcast, online courses to share or promote your work. Then you protect your property. You secure a copyright for it. You can see that protecting your property is key, because another person can take your product and repackage it. Because you did not protect it, you are doomed for it. The next slide. Because of the time, we might not be able to take the interactive activity, but let me see if we can go for a template of sample of script writing using the example of Aba Women Riot, okay, of 1929. Okay, should we go for the Fuji? This is for Professor Ademola and Said Aderito. Now, so this scene, the scene is portraying Lagos atmosphere in 1970s. So now, for you to generate your information, you need archival footage. Archival footage are materials, short films. You know, when this Fuji music was performed, there were situations whereby they were photographed, they were videoed. Are you getting it now? So you pick such clips based on the narration, the story you want to tell. Like the one Professor Aderito Said just made, he was trying to talk about women, the role of women in Fuji. So all this archival footage it will be coming up with will think towards women. We get it now, because over time, Fuji music or Fuji performance has been made to be for male only. So now we're trying to reconstruct the history. So now you make use of archival footage, show crowded streets, young men drumming, and the rise of Fuji sound. Then your narrator comes in now. So you give your narrator lines. We call the words given by an actor in script writing as lines. The narrator comes. Fuji music was born from the street of Lagos, blending Islamic chant, Yoruba readings, and the energy of post-independent Nigeria. Now, the archival footage clips of Sikiru Ayinde Barrister, who happened to be the owner, in quote, somebody that can be referred to as the one who owns this music. Then we get touch clips and package it, and then crowd swing to the beat. Then survivor interview. We might now add some interview, because history without interview, you've done nothing. Archival materials are germane, horror interview are germane. Now we see, now those that have lived, those that were part of that story now, or those are members of the family of that person. So I remember when Barrister first brought Fuji to the state, it wasn't just music. It was our identity, our struggle, and our joy. That's comment from someone now. Then the narrator comes back and say, oh, through Fuji, Nigerians found a voice that carries history, culture, and resilience. Then the scene closes with modern Fuji performance, showing continuity from past to the present. So if you are coming up with such a script, you will follow that template. In conclusion, storytelling creates compelling sequential narratives with awareness of the past tailored to the audience. So your audience must be in view. Helps historians preserve history in ways that connect with modern audience. It provides suitable income stream across documentary, drama, museum, and education. Turns historical knowledge into narratives that inspire, educate, and entertain. Position them as storytellers, shaping cultural understanding while thriving in creative industry. The simulation of the Aba Women Riot will be made to us in a short while. Thank you for listening.
Well, if you cannot, if you don't see any component that is worthy of appreciation in Dr. Okumode's presentation, at least you should appreciate the energy with which he made that presentation, please. Put your hands together once again for him. Yes, we just invite Mr. Stephen Olaoni to take the second part of building digital project for historical preservation. Mr. Stephen Olaoni, where are you? Please step forward. Okay, is he online? Oh, wow. Okay, so he will be speaking to us virtually. You have just 10 minutes to make your presentation. Mr. Stephen, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
And we hear your voice?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
All right, can I be heard? All right, let me show my face before I turn on my slide.
Please.
All right, so can you hear me now? All right. Yeah, my name is Stephen Olawumi. I'm a tech expert, and I'll be talking on digital preservation. Please let me turn on my slide for you. Thank you. A minute, please. All right. Please, I hope my slides can be seen. All right. I believe my slides can be seen. So I'm just going to be, Professor Mrs. has spoken a lot on this topic, building digital projects for historical preservations. And I will just be talking briefly on the strategies and the technologies and best practices. Being an industry expert on digital projects and what we do to preserve data, to preserve information. And Professor Mrs. has talked on quite a number of areas. She talked about the 321, which is very important and in which I believe we have taken notes. So without wasting time, I will just talk on what are digital projects for historical preservation. Well, we have, first of all, the use of digital technologies, which we can use to capture, document, and store and provide access to historical artifacts, documents, sites, and cultural heritage. And these are very important. And we need to protect irreplaceable physical items from decay, disaster, and loss. And this enables us to what? Enables global research, education, and public engagement, which are very, very, very important. And instead of leaving fragile manuscripts or fading photographs locked away, where only a handful of researchers can see them. We convert them into high-fidelity digital masters. This creates a permanent and a shareable versions that will survive online long after the physical originals inevitably deteriorate. And the goal is simple but powerful. And that's why this is historical artifacts are very, very important for preservation. The goal is simple but powerful, which is what? We want to protect the irreplaceable while making it available to the world, to the entire world. And this is the essence of what we are doing today. And why does it matter? Well, number one, physical heritage is under constant threat. We have climate, we have insects, we have flooding, we have fire, we have conflicts. So we can't do without preserving some of our historical facts. And also access. Museums are becoming what can I call it now? Holding, like historical museums, archives can only display or allow handling of a tiny fraction of their collections. They have to, if you want to see an artifact, you have to go to the museum to check. But then digital projects open the doors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to anyone with an internet connection. So whether you're a researcher, you are writing a PhD thesis, or you're a lecturer, or you're a teacher, you are preparing a lesson on, for example, Edo history, or you're a young person, you are connecting with your roots. So that is why digital preservation is very, very important. And the third one is what? Education and engagement, which is very, very young people nowadays. We expect interactive visual experiences. We want something that would engage us. I know something like we create timelines, maps, 3D tours, and storytelling exhibits that bring history alive, which are very engaging. And also, in short, digital preservation is not a luxury. We have to be honest. It is a necessity if we want to safeguard our incredible rich heritage. And let me talk on some steps we can take in building our historical preservation. Number one, you have to plan your project. What are we? It's not a matter of rushing. What exactly am I preserving? And step one is never to rush into scanning. You saw something that you want to preserve. The first thing is you scan. No, you assess your collection and your readiness. Okay, make all your facts together. Then you define clear goals and scope. Are you trying to preserve for research? Are you trying to educate school children, students? Are you trying to attract tourists? You have to be specific. You have to decide your target audience, and now you will measure success. Are you trying to teach maybe online audience, maybe history about your roots? Then you have to be specific, and it's going to determine your success. What are the number of items you want to digitalize, the website visits, and all the programs delivered? Then you have to look at all these legal and ethical and cultural considerations. Do you have the copyright clearance? Professor Mrs. talked about it also. Then oral histories. Have you informed consent? You don't just talk about the history or document an history where you don't have the consent to do that. Sometimes it could result in some issues. Then it has to be a phased approach in most cases about the assessment and then the digitalization and then the expansion. Then that's what brings you back to the digitalization and the data acquisition, which is the step two. For flat materials, for example, like letters, like maps, photographs, newspaper, you can use an overhead scanner. Those are flat surfaces, flat materials. Or you can use your camera, probably a high-end camera, to capture images. You can use color reference so that they will be able to verify the accuracy. And even if it's a three-dimensional object, like a bronzes, all these ivory carvings, all these architectural elements, you can use photogrammetry which is simply like taking hundreds of overlapping photographs of that software stitches into accurate 3D models. So it's basically if you have a ivory architectural, maybe a sculpture that you want to document, you can take multiple overlapping photographs, then you can stitch them together using software to make it into accurate 3D models. So it's not just the way you take your flat materials like letters, maps, will be different from the way you take all these three-dimensional objects. So also, you can also document audio and visual collections, just like Professor Minister has talked about it, the format, the wavelengths, and how you can transcribe and index them to make them non-destructible. So without wasting time, let me go to, before going to the next one, let me talk about the building the digital platform briefly. Like raw files sitting on a hard drive, they help no one. And then that is why you have to build an accessible digital platform. With the use of cloud has been talked about initially, and then you can store it in 1 or 2 cloud servers to ensure that they are indestructible and they can be easily accessible. And the use of also metadata, which is about the detailed information describing each item. It's not just about taking the digital copy project. You have to be able to describe. Those are the ones that help. Okay, what is the location? What is the place? What is the person? What is the keyword? So those are the things that actually help even the search for that kind of digital project, especially if you are building your digital platform. Also, the use of OCR, which is like it makes scanned document fully searchable, and that is what researchers these days use. When I talk OCR, I mean the optical character. Thank you very much. So those are very, very important. Now let me go to the last slide, briefly about it. How do you assess the engagement, and then the dissemination? And then number one, your digital project should be available to a beautiful online portal 24/7. It must be easily accessible, and also it should be mobile. You can have a mobile apps for the on the go access. You can have interactive kiosks inside your museum or library or any location you wish you want to have. Then also virtual reality experiences whereby people can actually do it to be like a feel. They can have a feel of what the story, what you are trying to talk about. And then you can use storytelling techniques in your videos, in your short videos, in your timeline, in your to bring the material alive. You can integrate social media so that users can share discoveries and track, and you can also track analytics. So the essence of it, in summary, digital projects for historical preservations, they follow a clear path, understand what they are, you appreciate why they matter, you plan carefully, and then you digitalize with professional standards. Then you build a strong platform, then you actively engage your audience. And this is very, very important. When you follow the standards, you follow the protocol, the SOP of all this, I believe you can create something that will serve your community for generations. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate this opportunity.
We appreciate your presence. That's a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. It is very possible that we have some questions for you, but we've asked our students to reserve their questions. We will take those questions together so that we can save ourselves a whole lot of time. We now go to the very last presentation, which will be taken by Olawumi Isaac, who will be making a presentation on simulation and gamification of historical narratives based on a program written by Daku Emmanuel Isaac. So please welcome to the platform, Mr. Olawumi Isaac. Students, please put your hands together. I understand you are tired, but you can do better. Put your hands together for him.
Well done, students. For this presentation, uh, simulation and gamification of historical narratives. You can see those keywords there: simulation, we can see gamification, and we can see historical narratives. If you understand what we mean by historical narratives, you are trying to tell us the past events in a society or in a system. Therefore, we are going to simulation. When we talk about simulation, is a form of recreating past events. There are events that has happened and researchers and people have done something on. But how do you make such a thing be a reality as if you are present there? That is what we mean by simulation. I believe while growing up, you played games like Nintendo, PS3, PS4, PS2, and the likes. That's what we try to call simulation. That simulation, they kind of bring out like an image to show human being. You all know in football we have players like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and the likes. But when you see those simulated objects on your system, you see it, they show it as if that is your Messi. It's a look-alike. You understand? So in this part of historical narrative, you are trying to show not just because history has gone beyond an abstract discipline, whereby you just read about it and just say, this is what has happened in the past. But the simulation will now let you bring it in a form that as if what happened, just like the Hanini event, the Hanini and the flames of war, flames of Abba, that is the Abba Women riot of 1929. Just like you have it, this simulation will now let you have like an imagery, like an object, something to show that, yes, you are there. It will just be as if you are there, but in the physical sense, you are not there. You understand me? It's like a physical engagement. It's just like a participatory something for you to be there. And the other aspect, gamification, is very, they are very correlated. Simulation and gamification, they work hand in hand. So this gamification is just like representing something, objects. It's just like having a game. You understand? This game, you represent it whether with points. Take notes. You can represent gamification with points. You can represent it with badges. You can represent it with rewards. You can represent it with levels, and you can represent it with leaderboards. When we talk about representing it with points, you can just say, okay, this Abba, it should be like a circle. You represent it. So anywhere you see Abba, anywhere you see circle, you know that they are trying to tell you that this is Abba. You understand? So when we talk about the levels, it's just to tell you that, okay, while you playing the game, this is the level. You'll be able to know if you are in the right direction or not. Maybe out of 10 marks, you scored 6. You'll be able to know that your interaction with the game is not as expected of you. You understand? So while playing the game, those levels will let you know, oh, I've been able to perform better than my previous experience. So this simulation and gamification is something that you can't just do without. And being that in the past, people just read book. You just say, oh, I've read about this book, I've read about it. But this simulation and gamification is a form of digital tool for you. You'll be able to know that history has gone beyond just reading books. It will now summarize everything that you have read, just like the amalgamation of 1914, the independence of 1960, and others. This simulation and gamification will
let you bring up those events, those past events. It will summarize it for you, the key actors in those events. It will make you to understand, so that while going through those games, you will be able to summarize within 3 minutes. You will be able to comprehend the whole event. A book of like 120 pages, 100 pages, that might seem very difficult for you to read and understand. You know, mostly the white man will say, if you want to hide anything from a black man, put it in a book. You understand? So since most people are lazy to read, this kind of simulation and gamification now gives the opportunity for you to bring out those archival materials, events, these books that are already there. You can bring it out and make simulation of it, put it in systems that within 5 minutes, 3 minutes, the whole event, you'll be able to summarize it. So in that one, you can either do it in the media form or in the gamified form. So those things are very necessary for you as a student of it. And it's something that you can look up to, whereby in the future you can put it in a sense that you can even learn from it, whereby all those stories that have been done, Bashonga and the likes, you can just try to gamify it, whereby people can go, even it's something that is beyond any age, whether you are learned or not. Everybody will want something visual. You understand? It's something that you can interact with. You as you are playing it, you'll be able to know, oh, this is the next stage. It will tell you, okay, go to this. You'll be able to interact. You won't be sleeping on it. It's something that you easily comprehend and you'll be able to interact very well with. And it's also good for your research. Just like, yes, I'll go into the demonstration. Just like in the research process, whereby you go for interviews, you do questionnaire to ask people about something. But this gamification, this simulation and gamification will enable you to just bring out those things, whereby people might, when sometimes you give people questionnaire to fill, they won't even bother to do anything. They might just feed the wrong thing there. But when you gamify it for people, they will easily want to know what is next. They will be able to interact with you. This thing is interesting. They will be able to interact, and the advantage of it is numerous. It makes it easier for you to get information from people, and you also be able to give back the past event. What you've learned, you'll be able to give it back in no distant time. You just give it out, people will be able to say, oh, so this story that took 2 hours, this movie that took 2 hours for them to act. So I can even put it within 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and gamify it. And it's easier for you to store. Unlike books, all those books, anything can happen, fire can burn it, anything can get lost. But when you gamify it, easily you can use it anytime. You can sell it out. And even on the portal, on the you've learned, you can put a platform that anybody that wants to do this gamification, you know, there are some games that you have to pay money or pay something to start it up. So those things, when you say, okay, the flames of Papa, you want to gamify it, people there will just the front page, they want to know what is it, how is it being gamified. They want to pay so that any user that wants to access it will be able to know what is going on. And also, apart from this gamification, the media aspect is also there. Just like you watching movie, it will show the true characters of people. Something will represent them. That's how simulation and gamification works. So now there are two things. The media and the gamified something has been done, and it will be presented to you shortly.
In the 1980s, one man made a whole nation tremble. His name was Anini the Law. This is a tale of truth. In 1960, as Nigeria gained her independence, a child was born in Benin City, Lawrence Anini. No one knew this quiet boy would one day make the entire nation tremble. By 1984, Nigeria faced more than hardship. It faced fear. Fear that had a name, Anini, the law. Before the chaos, in 1984, Anini was just a driver, a quiet young man who knew every road and every police checkpoint. In the streets of Benin, 1984, survival meant cunning. He learned how to take what wasn't given and vanish before the law arrived. In 1985, his first major crime was a stolen car. The thrill changed him forever, and a new power was born in the underworld. Between 1985 and 1986, the name Anini spread like fire. Banks were robbed, officers killed, and fear became the only law left standing. In 1986, even the government shook. General Ibrahim Babangida looked his police chief in the eye and asked, "My friend, where is Anini?" By late 1986, betrayal ran deep. Men sworn to protect the people fed Anini information, and his crimes thrived under police shadows. December 1986, the police were closing in. Every creak in the floor, every sound of a car horn was a signal that the end was near. On December 3rd, 1986, the law caught up with the law. Dragged out, bleeding and broken, the most feared man in Nigeria was finally silent. Still in 1986, lying in his hospital bed, Anini confessed, naming corrupt officers and partners in crime. The country gasped at the truth he revealed. In March 1987, the end came. 7 men stood before the guns, Lawrence Anini among them. The shots echoed across Lagos, and silence returned to Benin.
Silence, they call on the love, fear no sleep till the morning come. The bank, the bus, but the street no smile when the king turned us. He ride through night, he burn. Lesson learned, power go return.
This is the media aspect of creating. You could see that the whole film or any books that you might have read about something less than 5 minutes. And the key factors, the dates and the likes have been known. So this is just how you can maybe you know how to do this. But if you have those things, you can consult people who can do that for you. You pay something, but the return for you will be. You understand? So that's an aspect of media. So now let's go to gamification. Let's go to gamification. The flames of Abba, a woman's
Not, not representative of the colonial masters. workshop to give the vote of thanks.
On behalf of the department and the head of and the HOD, say thank you for coming. And at the end of the day, at the end of your assignment in LabTech, okay, you can. It's online. Okay. What's online? Sorry, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Professor Ballet. Okay. For everyone online, we want to appreciate you. We want to thank you for contributing to our development. Thank you for allowing us to drink from the word, from your well of experience. I hope that maybe in the next couple of months again, we invite you to come and make us run another workshop. Thank you for support. And for the audience here, thank you also. Say, let me just say thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, hello, students. Once again, we thank you for your support. So thank you very much. We declare closed.